What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, March 26th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, it was a busy Tuesday on the 40 acres, and we're here to recap everything, including Texas Football Pro Day, the first day of Texas Longhorn spring practice, Shawn Miller's introductory press conference for Texas basketball, and of course, the Tuesday night wins for Longhorn baseball and softball, plus the latest happenings from the National Football League, another airplane story. And if we have time, we might get to 2 airplane stories on today's show. We are locked and we are loaded and we are ready to roll on a hump day edition of Bucky and BK. Happy hump day, my man. How are you this morning?
Thank you. And for those that are preparing for rain, there could be a possibility of some early morning rain this morning. So be aware that there's about a 45% chance of rain this morning. But it's coming Thursday and Friday. It will be here. Saturday will be another beautiful day. The weekend will be beautiful, but Thursday and Friday it's going to be wet. We need it. And we could get some accumulation of a couple inches, over the next couple of days. So that's a good thing. It's not going to be cold. The temperatures are going to be warm. So prepare for it. Prepare yourself. If you're getting ready to go to work this morning, that a little later on this morning, it may rain too. So we could use it. No doubt about it, man. It's going to be a back to normal kind of summer, which means it's going to be hot. But hopefully we'll have rains through this. We won't really go, jump out of this drought situation, but it's going to be a hot one, but it's going to be one that's a little bit wet this summer, which is okay.
So you're telling the ladies and gentlemen out there to prepare for a couple of inches this week.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, maybe 3 inches, maybe 3 good. Three for the 2 days would be fantastic, I believe.
All right. 3 can work. I've been told before.
Yeah, you can work with 3.
That's all you need.
Hey, it's not the size of the ship, but the motion in the ocean. You know what I mean?
It ain't the size of the dog in the fight.
That's right.
The size of the fight in the rain.
There you go.
I think we're on the same page here, right?
Yeah, a lot going on, man. Lots of sports starting to mount up this spring. We get ready for some games. We've got, the NFL making some moves right now, and Aaron Rodgers still nowhere.
Aaron Rodgers still nowhere. We do have some NFL signings to discuss this morning.
It's Aaron Rodgers is going to be one of those late. I mean, somebody's going to get hurt. He's going to show up at some camp. That's how I see things going for him. Hey, by the way, is Ovechkin, he's only 6 away?
Yeah, Alex Ovechkin scored another goal last night, and he is 6 away from the great one's all-time record for most goals scored in NHL history.
Is that dude even talking about retirement, or is it just we just keep moving along? He hasn't talked about that at all, right?
Dude, the Capitals are having a great season. They've got the best record in the Eastern Conference,
really?
And Ovechkin hasn't missed a beat. Like the last couple of years, he looked like he was starting to slow down, but he has found the fountain of youth this season in our nation's capital. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, I think he's got a few years left.
I would think he'd break that record, maybe play another year and just say that's it. But he doesn't even have any signs of retiring. He wants to pad that stat, I guess, a little bit.
And he's 39. I don't blame him. 39 years old, 20th NHL season, and yeah, he's still going. I mean, look, when Gretzky got to the number he got, nobody thought anyone was going to touch it.
No.
So to think that Ovechkin could break it, it's crazy to think that anybody else could get there. But maybe
I thought Lemieux was going to be the next guy to get to Gretzky. No,
but maybe Ovi wants to get the record to a point that it's guaranteed that nobody tops it at any point down the road.
That's what I'm thinking. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate you, appreciate your family sharing you with all of us, and to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yeah, fantastic sports week. Of course, tomorrow is opening day across Major League Baseball. The Texas Rangers and Houston Astros will open their 2025 campaigns, and tomorrow will also be the start of the Sweet 16 of the men's tournament. Of course, you've got the women's Sweet 16 as well. The Lady Longhorns back in action on Saturday. So much going on in the world of sports and beyond, which is why you need to keep it locked in to TSU so you're kept up to date with everything happening in the world of sports. A lot of the happenings took place on the 40 acres yesterday, Buck. I'm going to give you the floor. I mean, we've got Texas Football Pro Day to recap. We've got spring practice to talk about. We've got Shawn Miller's introductory press conference to dive into. Where do you want to go first this morning?
Let's get to Coach Miller's introductory press conference, how that went.
Start with a little Texas basketball. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't take long. 2 days ago, Texas officially announced that Shawn Miller was taking over as the next head coach for Texas men's hoops. And then yesterday at 11 o'clock on campus, you had the introductory press conference. Kevin Eltide spoke. Interim University President Jim Davis spoke. Of course, Chris Del Conte had a few remarks, and then Shawn Miller was there as well. They spoke to a room full of assembled media. A bunch of current and former Texas players were there. You had other Longhorn coaches who were there, including Vic Schaefer and Steve Sarkisian. And it seemed like a pretty good day for everyone who attended down on campus. We'll start with a little sound from Chris Del Conte, who, of course, made the decision to move on from Rodney Terry and bring in Shawn Miller to replace him. Here's CDC first, talking about why they felt like a change was needed.
When we are looking to make a change, the conversations were where we are going to go, what we needed. And I know the coaches that we've attracted here, we looked at, have they competed for championships? Have they done the things that they built a program that we know that when they come to Texas with who we are, that our goal is to put up another trophy here. We want to win championships at the University of Texas in all our sports. And when we started to make a change, we had a deep dive conversations about who fits this. Because Texas isn't for everybody. We know that. You know, when we say the eyes of Texas are upon you, what does that mean? It means, are we living up to the standard that we set forth?
Okay.
So there's CDC. I mean, you're kind of giving you an indication for why he moved off from Rodney Terry. He didn't feel like the guy that he had was doing any of those things. A little bit more from CDC on what he saw in Shawn Miller and why he was the top target.
When I found and had my conversation with Coach Miller and his wife, I found a hungry dog, a dog that's ready to compete at the highest level, wants a chance to win a championship, has honed his offensive and defensive skills for this opportunity. He came for this job with the mindset that I want to take Texas basketball to its rightful place. He's been there. He has pelts on the wall that says this is the journey we need to take. No different than the coaches we hired with Coach Schaefer, Coach Schlossnagle. I see Angie there. I see Jared here. Incredible coaches are in this room. Coach Schaefer, you're on a run, my man. I see you back there, buddy. Coaches that constantly adhere to the standard. That's what we are looking for.
Yeah, they want a championship. They want basketball to mean something here. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
He wants it to be just like all the other sports here that really, really means something, that are championship caliber. So he has to have a championship caliber coach, and now he's got one.
Called him a hungry dog.
Called him a dog. That's nice.
That's what you need right there. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Meow. We need dogs.
Yes, you do.
CDC says he got himself a dog with Shawn Miller. All right, we'll let you hear from the coach now. Look, I thought Shawn Miller did a great job. I thought his opening statement was very well thought out and detailed. He thanked Xavier. He gave love to Rodney Terry. He thanked the former Texas players who showed up, and he talked about the importance of having those former Longhorns around the program. And, of course, he talked about his vision for the program and why he thinks he can have some success here. We'll start with this one. Shawn Miller was asked, why did he leave Xavier for this opportunity in Austin?
And, you know, at the end of the day, this is a life-changing opportunity for me and my family. And I believe that it gives us the best opportunity to compete and win for national championships. The world of college sports has flipped upside down over the last 3 to 5 years, but no more sport than in college basketball. And when you think of the SEC 10 years ago or 5 years ago in the sport of basketball, and you look at this year, there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference in the talent, the parity, the coaches. And I think to have the opportunity to compete against the best can bring out the best in you. And that was a big part of this.
Yeah, he understands he has all the means to get it done now. You know, he thought he was ahead of the curve before.
Mm.
Yeah, he was ahead of the curve, all right. He was stepped out of the box and jumped out of the box. But now he can be out of the box where it's legal and you can do whatever you need to do. And he's going to have all those means. So he's got to continue to watch this. He's got to take care of this state first. I still believe that. There's just too many good players in this state. He's going to take – and I think he'll do that. I think he'll take care of the state. And I think he'll lean on a lot of people around this state to make sure some of these players at least come into his office on that campus. You know,
sure.
Once again, you can't get them to come if they don't come to your campus. You can talk about it and talk about how good they are and where they're going and, hey, they're just around the corner. But if they don't get on your campus, you won't get them. So I think he'll be able to get those type of players.
That's a perfect segue to these next two bits of sound, because there have been a lot of questions from Longhorn fans about the recruiting strategy for Shawn Miller and what type of recruiter he is going to be now that he's here at Texas. We'll start with this one because Shawn Miller talked about 4 pillars of a successful college basketball program and 4 things that he wants to instill here at the University of Texas. And the first of those pillars is recruiting. Here's Shawn Miller talking a little bit about his plan for
here
that.
At Texas, I could name a lot of names, some of which are right here in the crowd, but TJ Ford from Houston, obviously Kevin Durant, who's from DC, LaMarcus Aldridge from Dallas, Avery Bradley from Seattle. I bring those examples up because you see that the great state of Texas, like, it might be the most talent-rich state in our country when it comes to recruiting. Yet, you know, what starts here changes the world. You can go to Canada and get Tristan Thompson. You can go to Seattle and get Avery Bradley. It's both the combination of this great state and also the world. And I think our job is to recruit the world and bring the best program and team we can here to Texas.
No doubt. I mean, like I said, he's got it now. He can go all over this country and get great players, but once again, still try to make your number one priority is this state. You can talk about this state, but you got to be able to do it. You can't. We all know that. He's saying something that probably every coach in college basketball understands. That place Texas is fertile with great basketball players too, but can you get them?
Right. Well, it's almost like he was reading your mind, you know, start with Texas, but
yes.
Hey, don't limit ourselves to Texas because we are the University of Texas. This brand means a lot. And we hope to have a program that people from all over the country and all over the world want to be a part of. And, you know, he brought up those Longhorn examples, but you look at Shawn Miller's past and what he was able to do at Arizona. I mean, he got a guy like Lauri Markkanen from Europe. He got a guy like DeAndre Ayton from the Bahamas. He got a guy like Josh Green from Australia. Like, of course, he recruited Arizona. He recruited the United States, but he also had a global footprint as well. And you think of a guy like Scott Drew at Baylor, right? Scott Drew has thrived off of going international for some of his top recruits. Now, I think Texas should be able to keep more talented players in state than Baylor can. But the point is, like, that's something you can't ignore. There are talented players all over the world. I mean, this game has grown so much globally that you've got to find a way to go scout those kids. And I'm not saying every year, but every once in a while, bring in some sort of international talent that's going to help your team compete for championships. Again, the Longhorns have done that, but more importantly, Shawn Miller has done that in his past.
How they do it at the University of Illinois, they can do it here.
Yeah,
if they're
exactly.
They're going across the world, they can do it here for sure.
Yeah, that's just like laziness. If you're not doing that, that means you're not putting enough resources into scouting internationally. And that,
I agree.
Again, Texas, with all of the resources that we've got here, that shouldn't be an excuse. And I don't think that will be one for Shawn Miller. NIL is also important, right? I mean, that's kind of what did David Pearson at the end of his run with Longhorn baseball. He wasn't really getting the NIL support that he needed to field a championship roster that could compete with the likes of the LSUs and the Tennessees of the world. A lot of people were worried that if Rodney Terry return for one more season, he wasn't going to get enough NIL supports to have a chance to compete in the best conference now in men's college basketball. So, like, one of the first questions Shawn Miller was asked after his opening statement when they opened things up to the media was like, what's your concern with NIL, and what have you heard from Chris Del Conte about the NIL support? Because it's basketball, Buck. You know that. And even as much as it pains me to say, I know that. It's not going to be football. It's not going to be baseball. A lot of the money that comes in from the big money donors is going to go to those programs and, of course, every other team instead. So Coach Miller was asked, again, what type of promises did you get from Chris Del Conte?
I don't have any concerns about whether we'll have the resources or the ability in the NIL space. I mean, this is the University of Texas, and, when you try to compete for a Final Four national championship, it has to be synonymous with being able to match up in that space that you're talking about. I will also tell you this, though, that the place itself is still the most important. There are young people that want a great education. There are young people that want to play in a conference that's never been ever stronger in any sport, the SEC. There are people that want to come to the University of Texas because of the great tradition and history, want to play in a style of play and have the resources to grow and become the best they can be. All that is still very, very important. And to your actual questions, that no longer stands alone, though. It has to be matched with the know-how and understanding that without name, image, and likeness and a plan to compete against the best, you can only go so far. But when those two forces are matched, I believe that great things happen, and I also believe that will happen here.
Yeah, he sounds like he knows what he's going to get financially to help him out that way with NIL. But did you hear him mention academics? Did that go over top of you real quick when he said academics? He said the word academics. No, you don't remember that part of the statement at all.
No, he talked about the history and tradition of the university, but he didn't talk about the academic success of
You said the
university.
word, and he didn't say success, but he did say academics were important here. Did you hear that part?
Did he say that?
Hey, they're going to have to go to class. How's that sound?
I didn't hear that part of that.
Is that just a slip of the tongue?
I think you're hearing things.
That's just coach speak.
Coach Miller knows that these are now athlete students, not student athletes. He's not playing the game. He wasn't hired here to build an academic decathlon squad. He was built here to coach basketball.
Got enough doctors and lawyers coming out of here. We don't need any. We need good basketball players.
Hey, we're the 7th ranked public university in the country. Like, we don't need to move up any higher than that, all right? We're not even in the top 64 in men's college basketball right now.
We got work to do. We don't have any academic work to do.
No, we got enough good students and losers and nerds on campus. We need some athletes, baby. We need some guys who don't come here to play school. We need some guys who are here to hoop. That's what has to happen. We got to get things turned around. All right,
man.
But he's right. And look, I mean, talk about Shawn Miller's checkered past all you want. He's been playing the paying players game for longer than a lot of other people out
That's
there.
right. He knows that. He already knows that game.
He knows the importance of this, and he also knows how to do this. And like you said, it's now perfectly legal, and everybody's doing it. So look, that's about as good of an answer to that question as you could have possibly given. Like, CDC gave me some good promises. I'm not worried about NIL at Texas. Texas has a lot of great things going for it. People want to be a part of the University of Texas because of all of those great things, but I'm not naive. I'm not an idiot. We've got to make sure that we've got our funding in place to compensate these players, to actually get them to sign. And yeah, we feel like we can marry those two things, and we're going to have a lot of success doing that.
Yeah, I'm more so than that. What is his game plan on what kind of offense is he going to? And what style of offense is he going to run? He talked about the past traditions of Texas, and that was definitely more offensive than I mean, unless he's talking about Rick Barnes's defense and over the last couple of years. But he sounds like he wants to run and shoot the ball. He wants to get going.
Yeah. Well, the last few coaches Texas has hired have been defensive oriented, right? I mean, Rick Barnes, Shaka Smart, Chris Beard, I don't really know what Rodney Terry was, but it was more of
No.
a defensive squad or defensive first squad that he fielded these last 3 seasons. So Shawn Miller,
The Orange Bowl emblem guy was here. This was run and gun. Let's go.
Yeah, Tommy Penders was like that's the last offensive first coach that Texas has had. I mean, you got to go all the way back to the 90s, and of course, Texas has had 5 coaches since then. So it's been a while. Great question, Buck. Shawn Miller, we got 2 sort of parts to this bit of audio. Shawn Miller was asked, actually, he wasn't asked. This was part of his opening statement, talked about what his team's style of play is going to look like.
Style of play. And again, I know I'm talking Texas football here. I'm a huge football fan, like I said. But one of the things that captivates me when I have a choice, who do I watch tonight? Well, who's the most exciting and excellent? College basketball is the same way. I believe in an up-tempo style of play. That's something that I've really changed on over the last 4 years. Playing fast doesn't mean playing reckless. In the NBA, there's a 24-second shot clock for a reason, and it's not going to shrink anytime soon. When you look at college basketball and player development being exciting, you could play fast and you can also play smart. But I will tell you that in terms of pace of play and tempo, I promise I'll deliver on not only an exciting style, but I think a style that people and players will love to watch in person, on TV, and most importantly, to be a part of.
And then here's sort of the follow-up to that, talking more about what this thing is going to look like.
When you think of our style, in addition to pace, you should think of movement, both ball and player movement, a togetherness on both offense and defense, and most importantly, and I think if you don't have it in this league that we're in, you have zero chance, and that is you better have a great toughness and will about you when you watch us play. You have to compete for it all. Every possession matters. So pace, movement, togetherness, and toughness, I think it really embodies the style that I believe in, and that's the style that we'll play here at Texas.
Yeah, they're going to be moving. There won't be a guy and they'll have a guy who can bring the ball up the court, I believe.
That's the hope. But is that not the greatest thing you've ever heard? I mean, you think about the last 2 decades of Texas basketball, there have been way too many instances where ball movement and player movement have been non-existent. Right. Now, actions speak louder than words. We got to see that. But if you go look at Shawn Miller's Xavier teams these past few seasons, you do see that. So I don't think that's going to go away just because he's in a different place. But that's nice right there. Tempo and movement. Those are words that have not been used to describe Texas men's basketball in a long, long time.
You're absolutely right.
So look, the most important
thing what's been used to. I'm used to hearing stagnant.
Right.
You know?
Right. And look, all that matters is if you win, right? Like Chris Beard, very stagnant offensive coach. He is defensive minded. And I mean, he's got his team in the Sweet 16 again this year. Like the most important thing you do is win. But you want a product out there that is entertaining, that you're excited to watch. Like, there's a reason people love Nate Oates so much at Alabama. That team's putting up 90 to 100 points every night because they play fast and they move around a bunch on the offensive end of the floor. Shawn Miller's not quite that level of extreme as a coach, but he's a lot closer to that than what Rick Barnes, Shaka Smart, Chris Beard, and Rodney Terry were. So that'll be.
I figure he's going to find a big man somewhere too. He's going to pay a big man. He's going to find one of those. He had those at Arizona. He always found a big. He'll find a big somehow, some way.
They need everything. I mean,
well, yeah, they need a whole team.
They're for sure losing Arthur Kaluma, Caden Shedrick,
fine,
Julian, Larry, Curly, Mo, and Jason Kent.
Yeah, see you later.
Well, Pope can come back, and Pope and Tremont Mark have an extra year of eligibility. So, the 4 guys that I mentioned are out of college eligibility. Trey Johnson might as well be out of college eligibility because he's not coming back. But you could bring back Jordan Pope, Tremont Mark, obviously Kendall Weaver, who was there yesterday, which I think is a great sign. He went to the press conference, and there was some videos that surfaced online of Weaver and Miller having a one-on-one conversation towards the end of that. So that's a good sign. And you've got Nick Cody and Jamie Vinson and Devon Pryor. So there are six.
I don't understand why Mark would be a guy who I would think would love to come back in this offense and be the guy. You know what I mean? For a year.
The question with Tremont Mark is, how much would you have to pay him, and are you better served using that money on somebody else?
No, pay him. He can be if he's happy, I think a year being around here, he understands the crowd. He's been here. I think he can become a real crowd favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I think he can do a lot of things. He's a talented guy when he's not all too herky-jerky. He's can be a consistent scorer, BK, a consistent, like you say, 16, 17, 18 points a night, no matter who he plays against. He can get that done.
I don't know how you could watch Tremont Mark play this past season and say that he's a consistent 16, 17, 18
I think he
point
can
guy.
become that guy. I think he really can. I think maybe under this dude, he can become an offensive-minded guy because that guy can take guys to the rack. I think he can spend a lot of time on the free throw line. I think he can get something done under a guy like Shawn Miller. The other guy, we just didn't know if he had any coaching skills to do anything offensively, you know?
Right. Yeah, and
I may be able to help a dude like that.
We saw Tremont Mark at his best at the end of the year when Rodney Terry let him run points. I don't think Tremont Mark's a true point guard. Like, I think he was the best point guard option this team had, and I think Rodney Terry maybe could have saved his job if he made that switch to Tremont Mark a little bit earlier in the season. But I would rather Texas bring in a true point guard. And look, if you want, like, I'm okay with keeping Tremont Mark. That's fine. It's just I don't know if he is Shawn Miller's type of player. And again, like the role that he thrived at the most this past season was a role that I don't think he should have next year. So I don't know. If you told me he's coming back, I'm not going to be like disappointed or mad because, yeah, he could play well and he provides something on offense and he's a pretty solid defender too. But
he'll be better than any sixth man that you can try to drum up. You know what I'm saying?
If someone wants to pay him $1.5 million to go elsewhere, then I'm not doing that. Tremont Mark wants to come back for free or for pretty cheap, then okay. But I think I'd rather spend that money elsewhere. But I trust the coach. We'll see what he does. And it's funny. You're probably going to disagree with me on this one. I think I'd rather have Jordan Pope back than Tremont Mark because I just think Jordan Pope fits this style of offense more than Tremont Mark does. And I think if Jordan Pope has a real point guard playing next to him instead of him trying to do it, because that was a really bad
he's not
round hole.
It's just too much for him just to bring the damn ball up half court.
Yeah, it's just, he's the size of a point guard, but he's got the skills of a two guard. So if, again, you bring in a true floor general next to him and you just say, hey, stand here or run around and get open and catch and shoot when you get the ball, like that's a lot of what Jordan Pope did at Oregon State when he averaged 17 points per game the year before he got to Austin.
No, you're right. I don't agree with you. You can send that guy packing today. He should have been
packed.
No,
I think I'm in the minority on that one. Right?
Yeah.
I think if you asked like 100 Longhorn fans, hey, who would you rather have back, Tremont Mark or Jordan Pope? I think about 85 would say Tremont Mark.
I just think maybe this coaching can make Mark a little bit better than he played later on. I think he can get some of that stuff in the beginning of the season from him. I know he was bringing the ball up and controlling the offense a little bit, but I think Shawn Miller may be smart enough to understand that he can get that guy to be a consistent scorer with him that's going to help him out and not have to worry about him having a game where he has 4 points and disappears. You know what I'm saying? I think he can get a lot out of him because this dude is going to need just about a whole new team.
Yeah. Well, the number one priority is Kendall Weaver, right?
I would say so because everybody, I'm telling you, everybody in the country wants that glue dude. And that's the guy right there. He's not just a glue guy. That guy is a mid-level, height-wise guy that rebounds like he's a big man. And has enough energy that carries out through the whole team. Isn't
he a coach's dream?
Oh, yeah. That guy's a practice guy that makes your practices better and makes everybody around your team better. When he's going 100% and he's not banged up, he makes everybody better because, like I said, if you're not even going half of his energy, you look like an idiot out there with him going around like a madman. It makes the rest of you look bad if you're not trying to keep up with his level of energy. So you got to have that guy, or somebody else will pay for him. He'll be playing for Kelvin Sampson somewhere, running around being his energy guy.
It's a scary thought for Texas fans and a scary thought for people who root against Houston because Yeah, I mean, he's a spark plug. He's high motor. He's
That's the
got
kind of guy Kelvin Sampson would love to have. He likes to have guys like that.
Sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, guys who are willing to sacrifice everything for the
Yes.
betterment of the team. That's what Kendall Weaver is. I mean, he is a winning player, can make plays on defense. You talked about him being an elite rebounder, even though he's not the biggest guy on the floor. I mean, he's a
Yes.
fantastic athlete, great quickness and lateral speed. On offense, he gives you a little bit of something. I mean, like, that's priority number one for
I want him
Shawn
shooting
Miller.
jumpers, though. If he's wide open, don't shoot it. Pass it off. Don't
Made a couple of shots when he came back from
made more
injury.
this. I bet he had a better 3-point shooting season, and even missing all those games than he did the entire season last year when he was playing.
Come on,
But
man.
his deal is he goes to the hole and he'll go to the free throw line. Plus, he'll get his body slapped around onto the floor. You know, he'll throw his body all over the place to get to the free throw line.
That's the guy you want. And, you know, leading up to the first 4 matchup between Texas and Xavier, Shawn Miller was asked about Kendall Weaver, and he had rave reviews for him. I mean, he basically made it a point to go out of his way to praise Kendall Weaver to members of the media before the first 4 started. You would assume CDC and Shawn Miller had already had some conversations about him potentially taking over in Austin. So that might have been the start of the recruiting pitch for Kendall Weaver. Hey, like, dude, you're also this is such a great player. Like, any coach would love to have him.
And any great athletic director who's in tune like CDC has been recruiting Kendall Weaver even before Shawn Miller even got to talk to him. He's already said, "Hey, dude, you're coming back, aren't you? We need to have you back." I mean, he's allowed to recruit it.
Sure.
I mean, he's right there on campus with him. I would be recruiting him every night. Hey, come on over to dinner. I want to talk to you a little bit. Why not?
Yeah, kind of a half-court press by Shawn Miller when he was at Xavier, and now you feel like it is a full-court press to try to keep Kendall Weaver. But, yeah, that's priority number one. You know, Xavier has a couple of guys in the portal. We talked about Dalen Swain a couple of days ago. You'd love to get him. I mean, Ryan Conwell is the big one. He was the best shooter on that Xavier team, a guy who averaged almost 17 a game in Shawn Miller's offense last year. He has not entered the portal yet, but if you could find a way to convince him to transfer to Texas, I mean, boom. If you could get Conwell and Dalen Swain and Kendall Weaver, like, obviously you need more than just 3, but that is a really good start to what is a pretty massive roster rebuild that Shawn Miller has to undergo.
Now, Trey Johnson is not – there's no way he's coming back, right?
No. I mean, he hasn't come out and said he's going pro, but he's going pro.
He's just figuring out the figures now with the teams and what his agents and people are trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, I guess hypothetically he could tweet like, "I'm leaving. I'm off to the league," but there's still a while before the deadline where he has to announce his decision. But, you know, you had a better chance of Jay Wright taking over Texas than Trey Johnson coming back to Texas, I think. So,
Bill Self coming here.
Bill Self. Yeah, a lot better chance of Bill Self coming here than Trey Johnson returning for year 2. That'd be fun, though.
Why don't you talk to your other 7 buddies and try to get them back?
Well, most of our 7 buddies live in shanties.
they can't. There's nothing they can do but beg him.
No, the big money donors are all giving their cash to football and baseball. It's, you know, you got just dudes sending $10 Venmos to Chris Del Conte to try to support the basketball program.
There you go.
That's all we got going for us.
We'll take that at TSU, though. If you decide you want to Venmo us a little 10 spot, that's okay.
Yeah, we'll always take the super chats and the friendly gifts from our great audience.
And we'll talk about education if you like, because we're about education here.
We are about the education.
Oh,
yes.
We do. We give tip for kids. Get your ass to class. Let's go.
You still have your Yellow Rose fund going?
No, dude, it's been 24 years. I've not been in a strip bar in 24 years. The day I quit drinking was the day I quit going to strip bars. I just couldn't do it. So because that was the evil. I wasn't saying that was the evil that brought me there. The evil that brought me there was my fondness for educating the women, trying to help them out through college. That's just me being a good person.
I was going to say nothing evil about that.
No, that was the good stuff that I was involved in, but the drinks there were very expensive.
They
back
were?
in the day, and I couldn't sneak in my Jack Daniels with me.
I don't know if it was the drinks that were expensive. I think it was the other stuff going on in there that may have caused
the boom boom room.
Yeah, the boom boom room, exactly. All those private. I know
it's just crazy. I couldn't go in. I never went back into into those places. Let's not forget, I actually was doing commercials for that group. I was doing commercials, yes.
On the show?
Yes, I did commercials for the Yellow Rose it wasn't morning drive. It was one of my other stints when I was in the afternoon, when I originally first started. Yeah, I did Yellow Rose commercials.
We got to reach out to them then.
You know what? YouTube, I don't know if that's hard for me that's hard. Now, like, once again, it's one of those deals. I got granddaughters now. It would be hard for me to talk about that. Even though they have Surf and Turf is pretty good there. They have great lunch specials, Hey, and people got to get their drink on. Everybody's not a drunk like me. People can drink and not become drunks, but it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It'd be hard to do. I do, I'll talk about Allstat beer. My son owns a freaking liquor store, but you don't hear me talking about even, I do a golf course in conjunction with Tito Beverage. I mean, the number one selling brew in the world, but you don't hear me saying, you got to taste this Tito's, you got to drink this. I mean, you don't hear me saying, you got to drink it. You got to drink. It's just hard. I've not got to that spot in my life where I can really push alcohol, which is really, my wife looks at me and goes, dude, you don't drink. People know you don't drink. It's been 24 years. Why are you, even if you do that, I still, in my mind, some of the AA stuff is, it's just hard to push that mentally. I had too much of that in my family to try to tell people that. I'm like, yeah, you can do it. You can do it responsibly. We talk about that all the time, but I can't myself. I've not got to that point, BK, where I don't know if that's selling out, talking about not drinking and not doing it, or, I mean, there's a cash value behind that if I did.
Well, but you've talked about it some, right? And
yeah,
you've
but
been
you never
able
hear me
to
saying this is a great taste. You got to really taste this part of the alcohol. It really gives you a quick, it's just hard for me.
Well, that's not selling out. That's just lying to the people, and people would know you've never actually tried the product. So that's bad advertising right there.
As Tito says, you've never even had my drink 24 years when we started. He goes, I said, no, dude, I've never tasted your product. And he said, and I said, but I hear $10 billion to you says it's pretty good. He goes, it's the best. I'm like, great. He doesn't realize that I've never tasted the product. I don't know what when people talk about being the number one in the world, I wouldn't know. I don't know if it's number 6, number 7. I can only go by what he says and what people say about the product,
It's very good. I'm a fan.
Yeah, you're a fan of most alcohols. There's some that are at the top of your list, but most of them are okay with you, I got to believe.
I got to talk to Tito about all that stuff then. I'll tell everybody how good it is.
See?
I got him. I got him on that. But here's what I hear from that. You've been able to talk about alcohol from time to time without drinking. Could you talk about the titter from time to time without going?
No.
We got to put some girls through school, man. They still need it.
I have done that. I have put several through. I've educated not only my daughters who were never on the pole, but there are people that have had daughters because they do. Those women have mothers too that I've helped educate them. Yes, because that's how I am. I'm a man of the community.
Yes, you are. They've got a great burger special going on at the Yellow Rose right now. You just talk about going and get some burgers on the weekend.
Well, I can always tell you about the steak and lobster. It's great. It's great at lunchtime. Bring it back to the radio station.
We got to reach out. I'm going to reach out to them today because I know they don't like filming in there, but we are on YouTube. So maybe that helps with the advertising a little bit, just showing a little something, what's going on,
Yeah, it would just be hard for me to try to educate the young kids and the older adults too. That's, the tip for the kids in the car line, relax the back. That would be tough. Telling them about the Yellow Rose and, hey, give back to the community as I do. You know what I mean?
Have a nice meal. Go get you a nice burger.
Ask Dad to take you for a nice meal this weekend.
It's very clean in there too.
It's when you're talking about Coach Miller, BK, and what they're trying to do right now, he is going to be. I think he's going to be an exceptional coach here. I really think a guy like that who knows the game, who knows how to play the game before the game was played legally. I mean, he's got a step. He knows what he's looking for, and he knows how to do it when he wasn't supposed to be knowing how he's doing it. So I think with all the means now, I think this will be an exceptional basketball coach here.
Yeah, I was out with a couple of buddies last night, and again, it just feels like there's an underwhelmed sense that I'm getting from Texas basketball fans. Like, Shawn Miller's not good enough, or we could have done better. And I just like Google Shawn Miller. Look at what this guy has done. He's been one of the most successful coaches in this sport over the last couple of decades. And again, look at the run he had at Arizona. The only time he's had like a high major job like the one he's about to get at Texas, or the one he just got at Texas, he had a ridiculous amount of success, both in the regular season and in the postseason as well. So, like, I don't get, again, we did talk about it yesterday. I think I know where it's coming from. We're a very "what have you done for me lately" society.
Sure.
And we all want the hot, young, rising star, right? There are countless TV shows and movies about this. Like, the older actor gets phased out for the younger celebrity, and the older veteran athlete gets phased out for the younger, flashier athlete who's going to sell more jerseys. And I think that's what's going against Shawn Miller, because Shawn Miller's in his mid-50s, and he's not that guy like he was when he took the Arizona job.
I think people that follow Texas athletics thinks that they should have the number one guy. They should be able to talk him or her off their spot, no matter what, with what's going on. And it's a pride thing. It's a really good thing. But I think they had this image of, we're Texas. We're going to talk you away from no matter where you are. Your spot isn't like this spot. And we can money whip you, and we can city whip you and culturally whip you to leave in your spot. But once again, a lot of guys and gals who make decisions have other people involved. It's not just that person. It's just, I mean, some guys have families that have settled in places, and their legacy there. Why? It's not always about the money. It's about the success that they've had at those places. Even though some of that success may be waning at places or just starting to grow at places, they're not going. You're not going to buy them out. Not everybody gets bought out.
Well, I mean, this could have been CDC's top choice. Again, this was not a long coaching search. Like, we didn't hear about Nate Oates. If Texas really called Alabama about Nate Oates, you know what we would have heard? Nate Oates signs 10-year extension for $8 million a year.
Right. We never really heard his name even mentioned.
So, like, I think this was CDC's guy. Look, maybe he tried to call Bill Self at Kansas. Maybe he tried Jay Wright. Like, maybe he tried Billy Donovan, just the elite of the elites. But again, in terms of like college coaches who are realistic candidates, we know that CDC loved Shawn Miller 2 years ago. Maybe he's had his eye on him for a number of years now, and this has been the guy that he has honed in on for a long time. And he's just been waiting for his opportunity to bring him in. Now he's got his chance to bring him in.
Well, and I think he's a smart athletic director, is the fact that he doesn't deal with a lot of people that may end up being more powerful than he is. He's pretty smart on that. He's not here to compete with the coaches that come here. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's here to help them out, but he's not going to be in competition of who's the most important person on the campus when it comes to athletics. No coach is, no, I'm the most important. I'm not dealing with people that are right there that will be making decisions, and then it'll be looked at as I'm not the most important person. I think he's smart in that, the way he does that. And he's done it the right way, and he's gotten the right people, you know?
Yeah, I can't believe that CDC hasn't done enough to earn the benefit of the doubt with coaching hires.
True.
Like, that blows my mind. The fact that Texas fans aren't almost blindly saying, I don't even care who it is, it's CDC. Look at everybody else he's brought in here. Mm-hmm. Like, I get it. People will say Rodney Terry in response to that. Again, that was a unique situation, and every athletic
Everybody
director,
would have done that. Yes,
every AD in America hires Rodney Terry in that spot. So, like, Chris Beard was the right guy. It's not CDC's fault that Chris Beard didn't work out. It's Chris Beard's fault that Chris Beard didn't work out. But every other hire this dude has made has been money. And I remember, like, Steve Sarkisian, when he was hired, there was a lot of doubt about him. He wasn't and people were talking about Urban Meyer. Like, go get Urban Meyer. He's won 3 national championships. He's a Hall of Famer. Go get that guy. Texas ends up with Steve Sarkisian, who had less of a resume than Shawn Miller, mind you, as a head coach. And I don't know, Buck, I would say Sark has worked out pretty well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would, for sure.
So, like Vic Schaefer and Mike White and Bruce Burke with tennis and Angie Kelly with soccer. Like,
or whoever the rowing coach. I mean, it's worked out. It's worked out just fine.
it's like the fact that people aren't even going to give this a chance. It's like, goodness gracious, y'all. What is going on here?
Like I said, your 12 will grow. You'll have 25. By the beginning of the season, I'm going to say you're going to have 25. And once you start hearing some of the names that he brings in, and hell, we don't even know about his coaching staff. That guy's liable to have some coaches on his staff that are pretty good coaches themselves that will be coming with him.
Yeah. New swimming coach, Bob Bowman, #1 swimming and diving program in the country, replacing Eddie Reese. Like, I'll eat my words if I'm wrong. Y'all know that. If Shawn Miller sucks and he gets fired in 3 or 4 seasons, then I will have a lot of egg on my face and I will wear it. But I think he's going to do great things here at Texas. And I think, you negative Nellies out there who are not happy today, I think you'll look back and maybe want to delete some of your tweets or comments about what you said.
Are they still at it hard?
Yeah, and that's all right. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm not saying I think you're wrong with that one. I think Shawn Miller is going to be great here at Texas, and I expect him to be the head coach here for the next decade. And that's what we need, because 5 coaches in 10 years is too much for any team in any sport.
Yeah, especially for longevity of basketball and some of these, when you're talking about legacies and guys being at places for a while. I mean, you don't get to go there 3 years and say, okay, here's my legacy, time for me to move on. No, you need to have a stable situation in your basketball program, especially when people decided they will care. But you can make them care, and your group, you and the 7 Dwarfs are going to make them care.
Look, all you have to do is win. Like, you don't have to go far back into history to find out a time where people cared about Texas basketball. Like the start of year 2 of the Chris Beard era, Texas played Gonzaga and they played Creighton at home, and those crowds were nuts. I mean, Moody Center damn near sounded like Allen Fieldhouse for those games. That wasn't 30 years ago. That was 2 or 3 years ago. Like, if you win, people will come. That's how it works with Texas, because that's how it works with every fan base.
You're right.
So you're right. Like, if, right now it felt like there was some apathy towards Texas basketball. And again, not everybody is super bought in on the direction of this program here on March 26th, 2025. But if Shawn Miller is able to prove that he can win and compete in the toughest league in the sport, then people are going to buy back in, and Texas is going to have a great home court advantage, and the Longhorns are going to compete for great things, and hopefully everyone's happy.
And they will have some talented players too.
Yes, they will. All right. Good stuff there. Great Texas basketball conversation. I thought Shawn Miller knocked it out of the park. Winning the introductory press conference doesn't mean you're going to win a lot of games, but that's all we've got from Coach Miller.
Well, you got to win that one. You got to win that one first, because that's how you got to win it with your fans too. They got to know that you sound like you're going to do something the right way. You got to tell them what your plan is. People want to know what the plan is.
Yeah, and he gave a good plan.
I mean, people believe in Sark. I mean, there's no spring game, but we believe in him. Where's my 9-iron once again?
Yeah, well, if Sark was 5-7 and canceling the spring game, then people would be like, screw you. But Sark wins, he can do no wrong. Like, that's how it is for any coach. If you win and you have Texas competing for championships, phenomenal. Do what you want, buddy. All right, we'll get into some Texas football. It's some Steve Sarkisian here. We got Texas Pro Day to talk about, and of course, we've got day 1 of spring ball to recap. But before any of that, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, relax the back, folks. With my bad back, I was searching for the right support for years, and nothing gave me the comfort that my back needed. Then I discovered, of course, Relax the Back. Live pain-free. Sold. Relax the Back embraces that holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. 35 years of proven expertise tells me that they know exactly what they're doing when it comes to helping, healing, and supporting your back, whether it's your lumbar area, your shoulders, your thoracic back. I needed to have my thoracic back with a lot of support. I had thoracic back surgery, reconstructive surgery about 20 years ago, and my back, thanks to Relax the Back, is healthy and feeling fantastic. Got a chance to play a little golf yesterday, which I suck. That has nothing to do with Relax the Back. That's just me. I'm just no good. But I'm in my chair. I feel good. I had a nice it was hot and wonderful, and thanks to this chair, let me tell you, if I would have played a round of golf and I wouldn't have been in this chair, if I just sat in a big taco for hours upon hours, my back would be killing me today. But my back feels fantastic. I want to thank Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. So if you've got a problem with your back, your thoracic, your neck, your lumbar area, your hips, call in the folks at Relax the Back. And if you have somebody that has those problems and continues to complain about, I think my back is this, I think my back is that, just send them over to Relax the Back. They got 2 wonderful locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Well, the reason you sucked at golf yesterday was because you forgot your Olipop.
I did not have that one. I talked about getting before I played. No, I just took off. Look at that.
Come on.
Yeah, look at them. You're just a walking billboard. They are advertising out of the yin yang right now, that group. Commercials on TV, they're everywhere.
It's a great shirt, and it's a great product. And I'm happy to be a walking billboard for Olipop because I love drinking this stuff, man. I had sworn off soda for years. And then Olipop came around and got me back in. Why? Because it tastes like soda. I didn't give up soda because it didn't taste good. Everyone loves the taste of soda. I gave it up because the ingredients in there were not good, and I felt like crap after drinking soda. And if I wanted to eat all the fast food that I love eating, I couldn't also drink the crappy soda on top of that. Well, now Olipop exists, and thank God it does. 19 great flavors, and every can of Olipop has 9 grams of fiber and ingredients that help support good digestive health. It's not like this stuff is just not bad for you. No, it's actually good for you. You're supporting your gut health every time you down a can of Olipop. You're also supporting your taste buds every time you down a can of Olipop. Get you some the next time you're at the grocery store, any grocery store, H-E-B, Target, Costco, Walmart, Whole Foods, wherever you shop, you can shop Olipop.
Very nice. I got into my little Chevron gas station the other day, BK, and I picked up some M&Ms, and I said, oh, you can't do it. I wanted them so bad. I was starting to walk towards the counter, and I turned around and I heaved them back into the M&M box. And The guy looked at me. I'm glad he knows me. He looked at me and goes, did you just throw that back into the box? And I mean, I threw it like from the half of the way, down the aisle because I was so pissed. No, I didn't shot. No, I flung it back in there and landed right beside the box.
Wow.
I wanted those M&Ms. I almost broke down and went candy. I almost did. It was so close. Still going strong, but guess what? My wife is out of town, and I'm home alone.
Oh, all right, Macaulay Culkin.
Yes.
Whoa. Well, hold on. Lent still applies, though, right? That's your relationship with God, not your relationship with your wife.
No, there's some other things that will be brought into this house, if you know what I mean. There's all kinds of things that are coming in here now. I learned how to use the Swifter, a little thing. I see her working a little vacuum cleaner with the little green light on it. I can work that. She goes, don't touch that stove. Don't you even think about it. Don't even think about doing meals inside of here. The microwave awaits you, but don't think about this. She goes, I'll know if you use the stove. I said, I'll have professionals come over here. She goes, and don't bring anybody in here to clean this house. I'm like, wow. I was like, I'll miss you too, but I was getting that whole thing this morning about don't try to sneak anybody in the house. Can they have like ring systems where somebody can know that if I have somebody in the house cleaning up, that I will get caught?
Do you have a Ring doorbell?
My wife has all that. She knows when the Amazon people roll up.
You have to sneak somebody in through the back, I guess.
Thanks for that. I need some conniving ways of getting the merry maids in here. Yeah, the merry maids. That's what I'm calling them.
That's what you're going to sneak in there, huh? You're not going back to the Yellow Rose conversation we had, huh?
No, we're going to go. The merry maids are coming. Hey, why go there when you can bring them to you?
Have a party, man. You got the place to yourself. Enjoy it.
I'm worried about Tom McKay having spots in TVs that can have little cameras on you I mean, I've got the big, with AB consultation, we got the one in the living room that we never watch TV on, but my wife has, it's a big mural. It's a painting, and it is gorgeous. It looks beautiful. It's a beautiful painting that can, she pays by the month to have this thing up there, and she can change out seasonal paintings and stuff. But I keep thinking, I bet you there's a camera in there somewhere where she can see everything I do in the whole front of the house. Is that possible?
I don't think it's all possible. Yeah, it's all possible. Now, Tom McKay wouldn't install that camera inside the TV without you knowing it. But could your wife have talked to Tom on the side and say, "Hey, can you put a camera in the corner of this room so I can make sure the Buck's not doing anything weird when I'm out of town?"
Yeah, that dude walks around naked. He'll be sitting on the couch with no clothes on and stuff.
I don't think she's worried about that.
No, that's not what she's worried about.
Honestly,
was,
I don't think she's worried about you bringing people in. I think she's worried about you trying to use the stove or like mess with something in her kitchen.
oh my God, the refrigerator beeped because I didn't shut it all the way. Dude, you would have thought that I robbed the bank, that I went to Chase and just robbed it. The thing went beep, beep, beep. She goes, "You didn't close the refrigerator when I leave. What's going to happen when I leave?" I'm like, boy, there are some things that, don't worry that you're going for 10 days to Israel.
Motherland.
I'm going, don't worry about that part of it, that you're going into a war area, but worry about if the refrigerator's left open and it beeps, you know?
You know what? You got a pretty nice house, Buck. I'll put you up in a hotel for a couple of days and all house shit. How's that?
No, you'll drink the water here. You don't want to be drinking.
Oh, no, I won't be drinking that tadpole piss water ever again.
No, I'm home alone because this is some madness. The 10 days, yow.
True March Madness right there.
Oh yeah, this is March Madness. You talk about a guy who won't be able, so you won't hear anybody say, "Hey, can you go do this?" You talk about laying up on the couch upstairs here. It's on now.
Goodness gracious, that's awesome.
Just keep the animals alive. That's all make sure the animals are alive, and no one comes in and cleans the house. I'm the one who has to clean the house. I mean, I know how to clean a house. You know, I was 15 years before I got married, almost 20 years before I got remarried. It's not like my house. You've been around where I lived. I didn't have a filthy house.
I don't know if I ever went in that house. Did you clean it yourself or did you hire people? I
clean my house.
All right. Yeah, clean your house then. Your wife knows you can clean your house, so you do it and don't bring anybody else in to do it. That's what she's asking for.
I think I can bring a professional in that when she comes back and says, "This is dirty and that's dirty," I can say, "Oh, no, I had a pro up in here." She goes, "Yeah, I bet you did."
Oh, a pro, huh?
Yeah.
How much did you pay said pro? Goodness gracious. All right. One comment before we dive into Texas football. Richard says, why does BK keep saying people will come when every home game at Moody Center was sold out? Come on. Did you watch the games? Not every game had every person there. Like every game is classified as a sellout, but turn on the TV. There are plenty of open seats. And if you went to the games, you saw plenty of open seats. So like that, there was not the buy-in that was needed at all. You should not be able to buy, I'm sorry to those of you who want to save money on tickets, you should not be able to pay $20 to watch a ranked team play a basketball game at Moody Center. And that's what you could on the resale market. And yeah, enthusiasm was a problem. Yeah, nobody was enthusiastic. I agree with you there. But shit, man, you got to actually have butts in seats to have a big-time home court advantage. You can't just have the university brag about selling tickets online.
Not a corporate sellout, but an actual sellout by the people.
Exactly. All right, where do you want to go first? Pro day or spring practice day one?
Let's go pro day. I know there had to be a lot of scouts in town yesterday.
Yeah, apparently there were more than 120 NFL scouts, executives, and coaches in the bubble yesterday. Some notables, the Houston Texans had a huge contingent. Obviously, it's pretty easy for them to get here, but their GM, Nick Caserio, their head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and a number of other Texans personnel came to town. Bo Davis and Terry Joseph were both in the building. They're now members of the New Orleans Saints coaching staff, but they were both back. You had Mike Vrabel. You had Aaron Glenn of the Jets. You had Kellen Moore of the Saints. You had Bears GM Ryan Poles. I mean, again, more than 120, but those were some of the biggest names that I saw in the bubble yesterday. And I'll start with Quinn Ewers, who I think was the biggest day for him. Very good throwing session. Threw 59 passes. He was 50 for 59. 4 of those were drops. The other 5 were incompletions. He actually fumbled the first snap he took under center.
Whoa.
I was like, uh-oh. But he took a number of other under center snaps and looked fine the rest of the way. I thought it was very good. I mean, no surprise he was deadly accurate on his short and intermediate throws. Like anything 15 yards and in, I mean, Quinn Ewers was on the money. He was hitting guys in stride, throws over the middle, throws along the sideline. It didn't matter. Anything 15 air yards or in, it was easy for Quinn. And the deep balls, I mean, he connected on some. I thought he was really strong on those early on. He threw a couple of ducks at the end. Maybe the arm is a little tired from, throwing 60 passes in the
Sure.
span of like 10 minutes. Maybe that's not what you're going to actually do in a real football game. So maybe you can attribute it to that. But look, I thought he was really good yesterday. I thought it was a very successful day for Quinn Ewers, and I didn't think he did anything to hurt his draft stock with what he showed in front of all of those NFL people.
That is good stuff for him. That's the kind of showing that you have to have. I mean, was he throwing to the receivers that are graduating, or did he throw to some of them that are still around?
No, I think, Texas has Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden, Matthew Golden.
Yeah, they got plenty of guys to throw the ball to.
Gunnar Helm, Juan Davis, like all of those guys are going pro. So all of those guys were a part of the pro day. So I don't think it was any young guys who caught passes from Quinn. I think it was all of those graduated guys or guys who were at least off to the league. But yeah, Quinn, I thought his footwork looked pretty solid too, which obviously that's a huge question for him. And again, footwork in a clean pocket with no one coming after you, a lot different.
Well, it makes a difference if you're totally healthy too.
Right. Yeah, and I think that helps too. Again, at the combine, I thought Quinn Ewers was the best looking quarterback out of everybody who was there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward, who are like the top two in this class, those guys didn't throw in Indy. So that probably helped Quinn's cause. But yeah, I mean, he told everybody that oblique injury was actually partially torn last year, and he's got that pretty healthy. So I think that helps too. But good.
Well, that's good. That helped him out then.
I thought Silas Bolden had a great day yesterday. He had a full extension diving catch on one of those deep balls from Quinn. It was a great throw, but required a full extension dive forward to make the grab. And Silas Bolden made it. And you heard some oohs and ahs, and you got a round of applause from the folks in the bubble.
No pads on, he went after it and got it.
No pads on. Yeah, shirt and shorts, went after it and got it. Great catch. Looked sure-handed on his other routes as well. Also, apparently ran anywhere from a 4.38 to a 4.41 40-yard dash. Remember,
he becomes a good specialist immediately.
Yeah, he wasn't at the combine, so we don't have like a real 40 time to discuss for Silas Bolden. But dude, I watched that yesterday, and I think we're gonna watch Silas Bolden have a pretty good pro career. And it's going to make me wonder why Sark didn't play him more on offense. Obviously, he was your punt returner, and he, gave you some goods there. But I think Silas Bolden could have been a little bit more of a weapon.
Yeah, there was probably a time when when Bond was still limping around, the other dude should have been the guy clearing out and going down for those type of passes, probably.
Yeah, and I'll take to my grave that Silas Bolden not being able to enroll
in the
spring ball. It cost him a lot of playing time at Texas this past season.
That's too bad.
He had to graduate, finish up all of his classes at Oregon State. So, good for him for doing that. But
you got to overlook that talent is talent.
I know. And he played some. Look, clearly they trusted him enough to make him the punt returner. But
well, hell yeah, and he took every one of them.
I feel like if that guy got to go participate in spring ball, then he would have played more, but I don't know that for sure. Matthew Golden didn't do a ton. He ran 8 or 9 routes with Quinn Ewers. He did have a drop on a deep ball, which was very surprising to see because we just didn't see that a lot this past season. But everything else looked pretty good for him. Again, he did not do any of the athletic testing. He ran the fastest 40-yard dash time at the combine. And yeah, he doesn't have anything to prove. That guy's a first-round pick. Alfred Collins was in a boot yesterday. I don't know what that's about, but he had a walking boot on his left foot, so he did not participate in any of the on-field stuff. Maybe sprained his foot working out. Yeah, it's got to be because he was good at the combine.
Right.
So something happened between the end of last month and the end of this month to cause that. Jaden Blue, he said, speaking of torn muscles, Jaden Blue said that he had a torn groin at the combine, and he blamed that for his slow, in air quotes, combine time. He ran a 4.38 in Indy, despite talking about breaking Xavier Worthy's combine record.
Yeah.
And yesterday he was unofficially clocked at a 4.25 and a 4.28.
That's pretty damn fast right there. There's no reason to make an excuse. Just you weren't ready. Forget coming up with, I got a torn groin or something. How about just put your time out there, and that's a pretty damn good time, and don't say a word.
So I'll give the glass half full take and then the glass half empty take here. Glass half full is, holy shit, Jaden Blue ran a 4.38 with a torn groin.
Yes.
That's incredible. We need to draft this guy because imagine what he can do if that groin is healthy. The glass half empty take is, no, you're just saying that.
Yes.
Like, why would you go to Indy and have a press conference the day before you ran a 40 and talk about how fast you were going to run if you had a groin injury? Maybe you didn't know.
You'd say, I got a groin injury. I'll see you when I get back.
Right. Maybe his response to that was he didn't know it was torn. He had to know he had some sort of groin issue going into Indy. And I don't know. I think it would have been silly to talk that much trash about it if you knew that something was hampering you. So, look, I hope it's the first one. Like, I hope Jaden Blue is just that fast that on an injured groin he can run that fast. But, hey, if he actually did get clocked at a 4.25 or 4.28 yesterday,
man,
I mean, that could improve his draft stock by a full round, can it?
Yes,
like,
for sure.
4.3s is fast, but 4.2s?
Yeah, I'll find a place for you somewhere out there.
Yeah, special teams in the backfield as a slot guy, whatever.
Oh, no, you're my third down guy that ends up being a second down guy too, and people are like, "Shit, he's in the game." We better make sure that we got our best guy covering him because if he slides out of the backfield, he'll go right past everybody. Which he did when he was coming out of the backfield.
Oh my God! Like, just go turn on the tape of that Ohio State game, right?
Oh yeah,
he scored both of Texas's offensive touchdowns because he was too fast for the fastest defense in the country.
Yeah, they couldn't cover. They couldn't cover him, and not many people will be able to cover a guy one-on-one like that. There's not a linebacker that's going to cover him for sure.
Not if he's 4.25 or 4.28. Like that is, as it says in every U-Haul, speed kills.
Yes,
Buck.
yeah. I find ways to put him on the field. He's, you just will. I mean, he's valuable enough just speed alone to draft in the third round. He just his speed alone can do that. Yeah. You can talk about his fumbling all you want to, but that guy can make a play for you that can just bust a game wide open because you're not turning around and handing it to him every down unless he gets rid of that whole deal. He starts to get rid of that part where he's putting the ball on the ground, and you can do a lot of things with him.
Sure, I agree. I don't know if he'll ever be like a bell cow true number one back, but
he sure can give your guy a break. And if he gives your guy a break and he takes off and goes 80 yards, you're gonna love him an awful lot.
Yeah, he could be a nice number two back, and obviously a guy who contributes in the passing game on third downs. Like there's a lot of value with Jaden Blue, and I wonder, right? Did his performance yesterday do enough to get him into the late day 2 conversation?
I don't know about that, but I know early day 3 he would. I couldn't let him go past, early in the third round.
Well, third round is day 2. Third round is day 2.
Yeah, well, there's definitely for sure. Yes, if it's day 2, yes.
You think he could go day 2? Okay.
Yeah, I don't let him. I just take him on his speed alone, BK, and do something with him, and that's going to help your team out. I don't give a shit if that guy's going down as the gunner. He's worth it. I mean, if you don't
spend a third round pick on a gunner, Buck.
That guy can go down there and cover stuff. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I would be a little scared if I'm an NFL team looking at Jaden Blue just because of the fumbling problems. Like everything else is gravy, but I got to be able to trust my running back to hold on to the football. And obviously at a pro day, you're not seeing him get hit. So you don't really know if he's got those things cleaned up. Look, someone's going to take a chance on him because he's got everything else.
Right.
Those traits you can't coach. They're that good.
Well, that's why I said a day 2 pick. I still that's just the chance that you have to take. That guy's run a legitimate 4.2 and change. I'm going to find some way to get him on the field somehow. I'm going to take a chance that he's my day 2 pick and say, you know what? We every time we take a quarterback, it's a risk. But right. I know it is the quarterback, but a guy like this, because you don't get that kind of speed every day.
No, you don't. You don't. Speaking of speed, Isaiah Bond improved his 40 time. He was a 4.39 at the combine. He ran a 4.34 yesterday.
That's good stuff too.
Also had a 34-inch vertical, so pretty solid athletic testing numbers for Isaiah Bond. He's another one of those guys trying to creep into the day 2 conversation. A couple of other noteworthy notes, if you will, from Pro Day. Cam Williams, we talked about Cam Williams weighing in at 317 pounds at the combine. And we're like, how is that possible? That guy who was like too fat to play his first year at Texas. I mean, he was like 360, 370. He was 317 at the combine. Now he says he's back up to 330.
Wow, put on a few once he left the combine and got back here to some ribs.
I guess. I think that's like about where Cam Williams should be, maybe 325, 330.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's been dealing with that knee injury that he suffered in the college football playoff. So he hasn't been able to work out as much. So maybe that's why the weight's been fluctuating a bit. I don't know if that scares anybody. Like, oh my God, this guy just he lost like 20 pounds and put on 13 pounds in 2 months.
That's a lot.
I don't know if that's good, but maybe Cam Williams was told by NFL teams that, hey, we want you closer to 330. So do that if you can. But I was like, damn, that is, you and I were talking earlier in the week about us not being able to put on any weight. The fact that that guy can go from that to that to that in the blink of an eye.
Hey, just 6 pizzas away. I mean, that's 2 days of eating pizza.
Not for me. Because I've done that. I've done 2 days in a row of eating pizza, and all I've done is crap for 3 days. Get it all out.
That guy's going to go right to eat those pizzas, go into the weight room, do some things, and put on muscle.
Catch him.
You're just going to put on calories.
Right. Hanging out at Cover 3 or Jack Allen's kitchen a little bit too much. Who knows? Or maybe having some Hat Creek burgers. I don't know.
Now you're talking.
But Gavin Holmes, last player to discuss. Gavin Holmes ran a 4.38 and had a 39-inch vertical. I compared him to Ryan Watts yesterday. Ryan Watts played more when he was at Texas. He was a starter, whereas Gavin Holmes was a backup. But Ryan Watts was like up and down, and I don't think a lot of people thought he was going to get drafted, and he ends up testing really well, and he gets picked on day 3. I think there's a chance Gavin Holmes could be that guy for the Longhorns this year. Okay. And, you might not care. The reason I bring that up is, Texas is trying to set draft history here. If the Longhorns get 15 players drafted, they will break Georgia's 2-year record of the most players drafted in a 2-draft span. So the record is 25. Texas had 11 selected last season. If they get to 15 this season, again, that breaks Georgia's record. That's a pretty cool thing to brag about, and obviously a good recruiting tactic to have in your back pocket too.
Yeah, Gavin Holmes, you take a chance. Once again, the numbers, he's a taller guy. And you said 4.3?
4.38 is what I saw on the social medias yesterday.
Boy, is that moving?
Yeah, and a 39-inch vertical too. That's jumping. So I like that.
Yeah, like I said, some guys will get better as time goes on. Some guys, you think you get the great coaching at Texas. You get to the NFL and you get some of that pro secondary coaching. They like to take chances on guys that have all those unique, qualities as an athlete that we can make them better even.
Yeah. I agree with that. So I think there's enough, athleticism, and he's got the body type you want in a corner. And now you're talking about that speed and vertical ability.
And they're changing those guys in and out, and corners are getting hurt, and you need to have backups to the backups in the NFL. And they can't be guys that can go in there and just get burnt. They have to be able to play. They have to have some specific physical abilities that can help them out. They can't just be a fast guy. They've got to, like you said, vertical jump and things like that. Arm length and all that shit works for them.
He will get an invite to camp at minimum. The question is, can he get his name called in the 7th round later next month? All right, we'll take your thoughts. A little Texas Pro Day recap. A very successful Pro Day it was on the 40 acres.
What did Mr. Sorrell's son do? Did he do anything? Does they have anything on him? Did he feel like he did enough at the combine?
I was watching most of this on the SEC network, and they weren't showing Barron Sorrell a lot, so maybe he didn't do anything. And I looked at a few insider sites, and I didn't see anything about Barron Sorrell. So I don't think he did a whole lot on the field. I'm sure he was there talking.
I think he felt like he did enough at the combine. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that was the case for Barron Sorrell. So if I'm wrong,
if you knock it out at the combine, it just surprised me if he wouldn't take every advantage of every chance that he got, because he would always be in good shape and ready to go. But if you put up good numbers, you don't want to screw up the numbers that you got at the combine. You don't want to screw that up.
Right. That's a great point. And yeah, he'll let us know if we're wrong, but I didn't see anything about Baron Sorrell, so I assume that means he didn't do anything yesterday. But yeah, had a great Senior Bowl showing in Mobile, and then backed it up with
For
a
a whole
great.
week. He was in for a whole week in Mobile. So
Yeah,
they got a chance to see him.
I agree. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Someone says, I'm with BK. If Silas Bolden was used, we win the national championship this year. Who knows? And another person says, what about Jaden Blue, Buck, in Kansas City with Mahomes, adding that screen game element to the Chiefs' high-powered
Adding that
offense?
Jamal Charles screen game, Priest Holmes screen game to them.
They've had a lot of success drafting Longhorns with X-Man, too.
Yes, they have. You're absolutely right about that. So, no, don't be surprised. They feel pretty good, I would think, at Kansas City getting Longhorn players.
Oh, my God. They're some of the best players in Chiefs history here from Texas. So,
Derek Johnson. Oh, yeah, you got to take a chance. If anybody were to take a chance, it would be them.
If you have Jaden Blue's there, maybe at the end of the third or end of the fourth when the Chiefs are on the clock, then that would be a great landing
It'd
spot.
have to be something special because they know that if there's some offensive lineman in that part of the draft, they're going to protect number one first.
You're right. But holy crap, you talk about speed, Worthy and Blue on the same offense. Woo! It's going to be tough to stop. All right, we'll shift gears. Let's talk about the current team. Spring football also started yesterday. Before we get to some insider nuggets from day one of spring ball, about a few more sponsor shout-outs.
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits located at 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. And they are a wholesale distributor, so they can get those needs to you. You don't have to go to the store. They will bring them to you. You're a big company having a big party, March Madness, you're getting ready to start to venture in there on that Final Four. Calling those guys to come over and get your party started. Once again, they're located at 4601 Southwest Parkway, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac. You will find them, and there you'll also find All Stat Beer, BK.
Oh, man, the best beer that you can find in the history of the world. It's Altstad beer, brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all over the Lone Star State. Shout out to the Altstad Brewery team. Man, what a sports week and weekend we've got coming up with the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8 and the NCAA basketball tournaments, with opening day in Major League Baseball, with hockey, with the NBA, with everything else happening in the world of sports. You need a great beer to accompany your sports watching all year long. Make that Altstat beer. It's great stuff. They've got a bunch of different brews as well. The lager is my personal favorite. It's a German-style lager from a German brewmaster. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you are going to find in the great state of Texas. They've got a Kolsch. They've got a light beer. They've got a Hefeweizen. They've got seasonal brews, something for everybody out there. Don't just take my word for it. Get you some the next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits, or the next time you're at any grocery store. Grab you some Altstad beer. No impurities. No regrets.
Very nice. And by the way, as I said, my wife has left town to go to Israel. For those out there, please say a prayer, because I'm going to be praying every day for 10 days. It is we are in some really tough times around the world, all over this world. I'm not gone without my wife for this long a period of time, and actually going to a war zone right now. It's kind of scary. It's not scary for her because this is something she's been wanting. This is a trip that she's wanted to take. And 2 years ago, she couldn't take that trip, or she would have been on the last flight out if she and I couldn't have been able to stop her. So, and this is not my duty to try to stop her. I can try to talk sense into her, but she's the boss. She's older than I am. So that's a deal that she wanted to do. That's a lifetime dream of hers. So I just can pray, and I could use the extra prayers too. So I'd appreciate it if people who listen to this station and listen to me throw a prayer in there for my wife, for Joyce, on her way to Israel.
Well, I'll say a prayer over here, and we will manifest that she's going to have a great time in the trip of her lifetime.
Wonderful time, yes. This is, people take trips, and, she always wanted to go to the Holy Land, although it's kind of crazy there at all times.
Yep.
This is something that she wanted to do, and, that's a dream. So, I could have done a lot of things to try to prevent that, but there was just no way I could do it.
Yeah, here's something to make you feel hopefully a little better. My mom was in Israel for a couple of weeks, and she just got back, and says she felt safer there than here in the States. promises that she'll be just fine. So
Good. That's good news. That's
yes.
good news. That makes me feel good. And she will be flying on Delta Airlines, by the way.
Oh, that's where she needs the prayers.
What?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with her going to Israel. It has everything to do with her flying on Delta. That's your
Come
real
on, man.
concern.
One of the great carriers in the world.
You hate Delta.
Well, that's me.
You'd
That's
rather
what
her fly Spirit out there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Spirit's like a 12-hour flight.
That's where my prayers are coming.
Oh my goodness.
Delta Airlines. Godspeed to Joyce.
Yes, I'll become a Delta fan here shortly again. I'm a United guy. We all know that. Sorry about that, Southwest, but you made your changes. You don't have me in the fold anymore. I have to pay for baggage. Sorry.
Well, we've got a United Airlines story to get to later in the show.
Wow.
So you might not be a United guy after this latest screw up.
No.
Yeah, the airplane stories, man, they keep coming and they keep finding us. We don't even have to search for them. It's amazing how it works.
We don't have this on the trains. Let me tell you that. Once again, you don't hear about these stories on Amtrak.
No, because no one's taking Amtrak. So that's why you don't hear any weird stories from people on those trains, because
There are
nobody's
nobody
on
on
those
those
trains.
trains.
Yeah, or to have incidents when there's nobody there.
Wow.
All right. A little spring football conversation here, some day one takeaways and observations, and we've compiled all of the best insider information from on the internet, and we put them all here in one place on TSU. We'll start with the quarterback. Of course, the Arch Manning era underway in Austin, Texas, USA, America, and one of the first observations from some folks who were able to attend the media session of spring ball, a lot more emotion in practice with Arch Manning than what you saw from Quinn Ewers. And I don't think that surprises anybody, right? Quinn
No.
Ewers, more of a mild-mannered guy, not the most rah-rah, rally the troops personality out there. Arch Manning, a little bit more of that natural leadership.
Sure.
And just that vocal leadership. And yeah, he was yelling at dudes. He was yelling at himself. He overthrew a receiver on a passing drill, and apparently he let out a very loud F that you could hear from like 100 yards away.
Yeah, it seems like he would be that guy, you know?
Yeah, so it's different. It's a different vibe right there. And look, I don't say this to take a shot at Quinn Ewers, but I prefer my quarterbacks being a little bit more vocal and, holding their teammates accountable, but also hold themselves accountable. And that's not fake from Arch Manning. I just think naturally that's who he is. I think a lot of that comes from his genetics. But, you had a little bit more emotion shown from QB1 this year than what you have had in the last 3 years.
That kind of if it's for real and that's not that fake, deal, that it endears yourself to your teammates. They like that. They like that in their quarterback. They like a tough quarterback. They like a smart quarterback, but they do like quarterbacks that show emotion. They just kind of the way it goes.
Yeah. Absolutely. And in terms of, Arch Manning getting mad at himself, I think teammates that too, right? Like, you can't be the guy who just yells at every other person when they make a mistake and then, it's never my fault. Like, Arch Manning getting pissed at himself is something that's going to ingratiate himself more in that locker room. But apparently he looked good for the most part. The ball was zipping out of Arch Manning's hands. He looked to be in total command of the offense. But they're not doing a whole lot. It's day one of spring ball, so they're not doing anything crazy, and they're only in shells yesterday, so nothing full pads. But he looked really good by all accounts. Trey Owens, KJ Lacey, the backups, they both had pretty good showings, a couple of misses here and there. But, those guys are the future of Texas football, and we talk all the time about how often the starting quarterback at the University of Texas gets hurt before the end of a long season.
Yes, you got to have that backup.
So you want to hear positive things about Trey Owens, also KJ Lacey too, but more so Trey Owens, who's your second string QB at the start of spring ball. If you are looking for a reason to overreact or panic or launch a doomsday alert, it sounds like there were a lot of drops from the receivers.
Welcome to spring ball. That's why they have spring ball.
Yeah, and, I think that's one of the biggest position concerns for Longhorn Nation is receivers. Obviously, DeAndre Moore is hurt, so he was not out there yesterday. So you've got Ryan Wingo and a bunch of guys who haven't caught a lot of passes in college football.
Thus, BK, one of the reasons why I need that spring game. So they're in that kind of situation in front of people that are clapping, and you've got a little bit more pressure. That's why I like those spring games, not just to see them throw them bombs, but to see those guys catch those regular passes that in games they have to make those catches. In spring, they can drop those passes and people will go about their business. But under pressure, when you have, I don't care if it's 25 of your own friends and relatives sitting in the stands, it's a little bit different when you have that game. I'm not blowing it up like it's some magical deal, but if you've got 200 there, I'm saying 25 there that know you, that adds a little bit of pressure that you won't get at a normal practice if you're dropping them,
I agree 100%. Jamie French and Michael Terry, two of the early enrollee freshmen, both had drops. Jamie French let a perfect deep pass from Trey Owens slip through his hands in the end zone. And on the very next play, Michael Terry dropped a great pass from KJ Lacey. So a couple of the young receivers dropping passes from a couple of different quarterbacks. It's day one of spring ball. You shouldn't panic, but it sounds like the wide receiver position had the worst day of any other position or any of the positions.
Well, they're going to be the focal point with the quarterback throwing balls to them. So if they're non-contested balls and you just drop them, people are going to write about that. They're going to put that down on paper. He dropped this one. He dropped two. He dropped three. They hit him right in the hands. Nobody was really covering them tight. So, you're not going to see much about the running game anyway until you have them running. Them running on air doesn't do anything for you. Them running when a guy sticks his hand out there and touches them doesn't do anything. It's when they start to get people getting struck by other players is what you want to see from some of the young running backs and how they've changed. So spring ball for running backs is just learn the plays. Here's what we're trying to get accomplished. But until you get tagged by somebody for real in a scrimmage part of that, it doesn't mean very much.
Yeah, speaking of those running backs, no CJ Baxter. Of course, he's still recovering from those CL injuries he suffered last fall.
Don't expect to see much of him anyway.
He did tell reporters that he's weighing about 230 pounds.
Whoa.
So he's put on some LBs, and, CJ Baxter's been here for 2 years. He's dealt with injury problems in both of them. Maybe he's like, if I bulk up a little bit, I got a better chance of lasting an entire year.
Shit, I'd rather see him go the other way coming off a knee.
I don't know. I mean, he's 6'1". He's tall. 225, 230. You don't think that's okay?
I don't think 230 is okay.
Too
you
fat?
Tell me he's in the 220, 218, which, me, I always raise the number anyway. So if you tell me he's 225, 230, that makes me think that dude is up there. They have number problems sometimes there.
You calling him round shouldered?
Fat? I don't want a guy coming off a knee to even be close to a round shouldered guy. I want him to be able to go and move and be flexible and all that other stuff. I can get you big later.
Maybe he'll shed some LBs when he's able to do more on-field workouts.
Absolutely.
He hasn't been able to do as much cardio trying to rehab that knee, so he's just been lifting a lot and eating a lot.
Eating a lot, lifting a lot, sitting in the big taco, watching TV a lot.
You know way more about running backs than I do, but I'm okay with 225 to 230 for CJ Baxter.
Yeah, if you told me that guy was that weight and we're into the football season and it's game 3 and that's what he's wearing, I got it. I'm fine because that's what he's going to be. As you said, if he's 6'1", he's kind of big boned anyway. Because I was always saying that I thought he weighed more. I was calling him round shouldered when he truly wasn't. Remember, he was like 212 or something like that. I said he looked like he's 220 something. Well, if you're telling me he's 225, 230, I'm thinking, shit, that guy's 235 and about to be bigger, about to be 6 pizzas away from being the big man on campus.
Well, like Andre Sweat big?
Look, it's just coming off a knee. I'm just really weird about that on putting on weight. And I know you're getting, you're lifting, you're getting stronger probably. I mean, just your body type in your sophomore year, you're going to get big, you're going to put on 5 to 7 pounds naturally anyway, without even doing, just getting a year older and a year in the weight room will do that to you. But I'd rather be careful on that knee. I'll get that weight. I'll put the weight on you later on. So.
Yeah, I just double-checked the Texas football roster, and they've got C.J. Baxter listed at 6'1", 230. So
Wow.
he wasn't lying.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Very interesting there. But Trey Wisner was out. Christian Clark was going through some workouts too. He's coming off that Achilles tear that he suffered last fall. Seems like he's a little further along on his rehab than C.J. Baxter is. Trey Wisner, by the way, changed numbers. He now wears number 5. And the guy who did wear number 5 on offense last year was Ryan Wingo. He now wears number 1.
Okay, that's good.
So a few number changes there for the Texas offense. Looking at the offensive line, the starting 5 going from left to right. Trevor Gooseby, Neto Umeozulu, Cole Hudson, DJ Campbell, Brandon Baker. That's that's kind of the projections that most Texas
Yeah,
people
keep your
have
eye
been
on Brandon
making.
Baker on that right tackle. See what he's all about. He's got to have a great spring. They're probably really eyeballing him to see what he can be like to the front side. It's not always the back side of the quarterback, but to the quarterback's throwing shoulder,
Yeah.
See what he's like. Because I know what the guy at left tackle. I think he's going to be a fantastic football player.
Yeah, we've seen enough from Trevor Gooseby, right? I mean, he came in.
He'll just get better.
Dude, I still I get it. It's the A&M game. It's a rivalry game. It means more. It's the first time you played them in 14 years. Like, I will never forget what Trevor Gooseby did coming in for Kelvin
Performance
Banks.
was unbelievable. That performance was that of a guy who has played for 5 or 6 years.
I'm not going to lie to you. Like, that was the only time I was worried about Texas losing that football game. It's like, oh, my God, Kelvin Banks goes down in the first quarter. Like, this Gooseby guy, like, I've heard good things about him. The insiders love him, and the coaches have talked highly of him when they've had the chance to. But you're going from All-American top 10 draft pick to redshirt freshman. That could have been a disaster.
Yeah, that dude just stepped right in, boy. He came in pretty confident. And what he did, I mean, he never looked shaken. He just looked like he's been coached. He looked like he's been coached well, and that he had all the nerves in the world to get out there and just get it done. He knew the moment. He stepped up to the moment. That's pretty good stuff. If he can do that on a consistent basis, that guy's going to make himself some money.
Played well in the Georgia game. Played pretty well at right tackle too when Cam Williams got hurt against Clemson. So. Excited about Gooseby, but I'm with you about Brandon Baker. I mean, he's a former 5-star. He was one of the Longhorns' biggest recruits in the, what would it have been, class of 2024, a guy who came in last year. But yeah, he is a redshirt freshman who has played like 0 meaningful snaps, and now he's going to more than likely be a starter at right tackle for you. So what can he bring to the table? We've seen enough from Gooseby. DJ Campbell's started last year. Cole Hudson's been around the program, and he's started a number of games at Texas. So it's Neto at left guard and Brandon Baker at right tackle. Those are the 2 guys where I think all of us are going to be paying a lot of attention to. Nick Brooks, by the way, keep an eye out and an ear out on that name. A freshman that Texas brought in this year, 6'7", 353. But I saw a couple of reports from people who were there who were like, dude, it doesn't look like he has a bad pound on him.
Wow.
Like, it ain't like a fat 353. It's like, no, that's like the perfect size.
He's just
6'7".
a big dude, huh?
Just a big ass built dude. And
like Alfred Collins looking just like that, just a big old dude.
Maybe. And he's probably your backup to Trevor Gooseby at left tackle, which we're talking about a true freshman there. Wow. So that's a scary proposition. But everybody's been raving about that dude. And, for a lot of folks, the first time to see him at Texas on a practice field was yesterday. It seemed like he at least looks the part in terms of, size and strength.
Awesome.
All right. Tight ends, a little bit. Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington, Will Randall, Amari Winston. That was the order of tight ends. Not a lot to talk about there. A couple of nuggets from the defense. Dwayne Akina. Speaking of energy, Buck, and that's pretty natural for Dwayne Akina, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That dude's 68 years young. He's your age. But apparently he's waving his arms, yelling at people, directing traffic, running around the field to try to give players direction. That guy, he still got it. At least it sounds like it.
That's the way he coaches. He coaches with a lot of energy.
Yeah, he does. Always has, and that's no surprise if you've been a Texas fan for the last couple of decades. The first team Corners, Manny Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo. We talked about Jalen Gilbo flipping over from the star to the outside corner position, trying to do what Jade Barron did a season ago. It obviously worked for Barron, won him the Thorpe Award, and has him likely going in the first round in the NFL draft. Now Jalen Gilbo trying that same thing. So it was Manny Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo on the outside, Wardell Mack, starting at star, and then Michael Taff and Jelani McDonald as your two number one safeties.
Now, when do they expect Williams, the other safety, to be healthy? Fall camp?
Yeah, I mean, he's playing baseball too.
Oh, he is?
Jonah Williams. You're talking about Derek Williams. I'm sorry.
Derek Williams.
Yeah, Jonah Williams, another safety, the 5-star freshman. He's, back and forth between Schloss and Sark right now.
Is he playing for Schloss at all?
No, he's hurt. He's kind of rehabbing an injury there. So I think
he wouldn't be playing football either at this time.
He did come back, and I think he played last night in the baseball game, late in the game. But he has been hurt some in baseball, so he hasn't played a ton for Schloss.
Is he a fabulous baseball player?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, football, I think he's better at football, but this isn't like a charity case situation where it's,
okay,
we'll just give you a spot on the baseball team because we want you that bad in football. This is like, no, Jonah Williams is probably good enough to play baseball at Texas too. Just one of those freak athletes.
Wow.
Who, I think his future's in football. I think most of his future's in football in terms of professional, but he's a stud on the diamond as well.
Awesome.
So there you go. Jersey number changes. We talked about Ryan Wingo switching over to 1. Colin Simmons switched over to 1 on defense. Those single-digit numbers, man. You got to earn those.
Absolutely.
And Colin Simmons, I think it's safe to say, earned that with the way he played.
That guy will be such a monster this year.
Oh, my God. I'm so excited to watch what he does for an encore. He was one of the best edge rushers in the SEC as a true freshman.
No reports on your kicker, how he was doing?
Did not see any reports on the kicker. Maybe I didn't look.
Yeah, maybe you didn't want to look and see.
Maybe I don't want to know what's happening with shit show Bert now.
It doesn't matter until the games come for him.
I know. Like Bert Auburn can go 100 for 100 in spring ball. I mean, Sark could tell us that he hasn't missed a kick all month. And I'm going to be like, I don't really care.
It won't matter.
Even if there was a spring game and Bert Auburn drilled like a 55-yarder in that game, I would still be like, I don't care. Like, what can you do in a real game against another team until we see it again? I've got the dog tail between the legs.
Yeah, I just spring ball, you really like to highlight what your backup quarterback is all about, because you got to get ready for that because it is Texas and those things happen. So
sure,
he's got to be good enough to win games for you. The run game you'd like to know about, but once again, as I said, you don't get to see a lot. Springtime, if they're not brand new guys, the guys that have nicks and pings and all that stuff, you don't mess with them then. Unlike I did and had Priest Holmes tear up his knee in spring.
You were doing Oklahoma drills in the spring, weren't you?
No, he tore it up when he wanted to go in one more series. And I said, okay, go ahead. Wow.
Come on, coach. Sometimes you got to protect the player from himself. You ever heard of that?
No, that guy was built like a brick shit house, and I decided to go ahead. Nothing's going to happen. Sort of like I decided to have Troy Stratford, the rookie of the year in the NFL at Boston College, return the opening kickoff.
Bad idea.
I made a few bad moves. There's been some few bad moves. You got to. Hey, it was for the betterment of the team. I was a team guy. I was trying to put the best people in the best positions, not be selfish and think about myself and my coaching position. Lucky I didn't get fired that day.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't blackball you from the entire industry after that decision.
Gosh.
But you went on to make a number of other bad decisions.
No, I did not. I went on to make a number of good decisions that didn't backfire on me.
The worst one was not joining Tom Coughlin with the Giants. You could have some Super Bowl rings right now, man.
Let's not go back to that. I would have never come to Austin, Texas. So
you did. It worked out for the betterment of our people. That's for sure.
It's hard to say that, my kids live in Austin, Texas, got my new wife here from just coming to Austin. I mean, there's a lot of great things that have happened to me in this city. So I've been here longer than I've been any place in the world, so I really can't say that's a damn coaching mistake.
There it is. You tried to convince yourself it wasn't. Hey, look, the Lake Travis ring is pretty cool, but it ain't a.
No, it ain't that 2 rings that that dude got. But that guy, man, that guy could have given me a heart attack along the way. I may still be an alcoholic if I'd have still been working for him. Pretty much, yes. I'll say pretty much yes, I would have been, or dead. How's that?
I am a believer that everything happens for a reason. So
Yes, it does. You're absolutely right. Can't be happy.
There it is. Someone on this Dakota text line says, remember the name Parker Livingston? Yep. He apparently was the starting Z receiver for Texas in drills yesterday. Going into his second year, Parker Livingston was dealing with an injury last season. He suffered pretty late in his high school career. Obviously was a true freshman, too, sitting behind a bunch of really, really talented wide receivers that Texas had. But the redshirt freshman now at Lovejoy High School. Excited to see what he can do.
One thing about Sark, if he gets a couple guys that are his standout guys, he will stick with them. If he's comfortable with them, he trusted Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson's going to make them all better anyway. But when Sark feels good about them, believe me, there won't be a lot of substituting with those guys once he gets his 3 or 4 guys. And that could happen as quick as the spring too, you know?
Just a mammoth opportunity for these young wide receivers.
Right? Certainly is, because once again, I don't see anybody coming from the transfer portal. Once again, a lot of guys will determine some things after spring too. Decide I'm not good enough for here, or I need to change the scenery. So things happen then, but they haven't gone balls to the wall to get anybody. It doesn't look like.
Yeah, no, they haven't. And the portal will open up again towards the end of April. So they'll have a chance if they don't like what they see from their current crop of pass catchers. They can go out and get somebody else, but that's why it's a mammoth opportunity for those guys currently on campus. They can prove to Chris Jackson and Steve Sarkisian that they're good enough to, hey, we don't need any additions here. We got this covered, all right? And it doesn't sound like day one was a great day for that group. So good news for them. They've got 14 more practices to get things turned.
And I'll just say that's the one that stands out to you anyway. That's the one when you got the quarterback that they have right now throwing and you're dropping balls that hit you in the hands, it's going to be on you if they hit you in the hands. You got to make those catches. They've had guys here that the balls haven't been perfectly thrown and have made tough catches. But that's the one that stands out on paper when guys start writing about it. It's generally springtime receivers that can't catch because that's why you come here, because you got a scholarship because you can catch.
They call them pass catchers for a reason, Buck.
Yeah, we call them pass droppers.
No, go play defense if you're going to be doing that shit.
Yeah.
Come on. It's pass catchers. Catch the pass, please. That's my number one priority for a wide receiver. You mess up a route every once in a while, I can live with that. If you drop a ball that's thrown right to you, Jonte Cook, I can't have you. Sorry about that, guy.
No, you can't have that.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Before we get to a little Texas baseball, what a way for the Horns to wrap up the homestand last night. Also, the latest with Texas women's hoops and some NFL chatter. A lot more to get into. Before any of it, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, of course. Located 5222 Burnett Road. Jelly Cats await you there. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. Love the caps. Love the shirts over at Sue Patrick's for sure. And they've got all the apparel, women's and men's, of course, a wide variety of women's and men's clothing there just for you. All those wonderful polos are there, BK, for the golf season. If you want to get ready and go out in style with all that Longhorn gear to the golf course, head on over to Sue Patrick. They have it for men and women and most sizes. Okay. Jay will always say size up, you round-shouldered people, but that's okay. I'm not going to call you that. That's Jay talking about it. You may have to size up. I don't think you have to size up. I think they have the apparel for all sizes. But I know what they do have. They've got parking galore at 5222 Burnett Road. That's Sue Patrick's.
That's amazing. SuePatrick.com. Shout out to them. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it. And I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Boy, my Woods comfort system kicked on yesterday. Wow, is it hot.
Dude.
I went to play golf, dude, and I thought, hey, I played in shorts. I had to show those legs off, get a little tan on those legs. And let me tell you, it was warm. I'm glad I didn't go out in long pants yesterday, or I would have needed Gold Bond powder because I would have been kind of chafed up down there. It was hot. It wasn't just nice and breezy out there at out west there. It was freaking hot. I came back and the air conditioner was running smooth as could be, thanks to the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. And if you've got a problem, don't get a problem, don't have a problem, call on Woods Comfort Systems right now. If you haven't, yours hasn't clicked on, which I'm pretty sure it did yesterday, and hopefully everything was working the right way. But whether it's heating, air conditioning, or plumbing, Woods Comfort System, they are there for you. They're wonderful technicians. Nobody does it better. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. It's our good friends at Woods Comfort Systems.
Yeah, woodscomfortsystems.com is the website. 512-842-5066 is the phone number to call to get in touch with them. And a quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Rocking a TSU hat this morning. All of our merch, all of our posters, all of our everything was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. And they can do the same for you and your business too. 512-300-9641. That's Adam's cell number. You can call him. You can text him. He's a great dude, big Texas fan, big TSU supporter. You can tell him about all the bits on the show. He already knows everything. He's got your back. 512-300-9641 for Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Tell our friends over at Longhorn Trophies. That's the group that has done my trophies for 24 years for the Mullet Open and not charged me a thing, not 1 cent. They've always been a part of what I do in the community. So if you've got an event, and whether it's volleyball, soccer, little league, the whole works, T-ball, call on those folks at Longhorn Trophies. They will hook you up. They are wonderful people, and I do appreciate the service that they've offered to me over the last 24 years.
Yes, indeed. All right. Shout out to Texas baseball. Nice way to wrap up the homestand. How about a run rule of Sam Houston last night at the Dish? 13-3, the final score. Texas takes down the Bearcats of Sam Houston. Texas only needed 7 innings to get the job done last night. The Horns were actually down 1-0 early on, but the offense got it rolling. Will Gasparino, an RBI single. Jalen Flores, a 3-run bomb. Gasparino hit a homer himself. Adrian Rodriguez hit a homer himself. And then Texas walked it off on a bloop double / misplay in the bottom of the 7th inning to get the walk-off run rule. 13-3, the final score. Texas tallied 16 hits offensively. 5 different Longhorns had multi-hit games. About 3 more hits for Ethan Mendoza at the top of the Texas lineup, hitting 400 on the year, Buck.
Wow.
Some Ty Cobb stuff. You remember Ty Cobb from your childhood?
Back in the day? Oh, yeah. When I went to the games, watched Ty Cobb play. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he and Honus Wagner were your 2 favorite players.
Yes, and Whitey Ford, of course.
Pretty sure the first 2 guys were giant racists, so I don't think they were your favorite players.
Whitey Ford was one of my favorites.
Whitey Ford. Is that a name that would fly in 2025?
Whitey Ford is a pretty good pitcher for the Yankees.
It's not a skill thing. It's just, can you call somebody Whitey in 2025?
I think you can get away with Whitey Ford. Yeah.
What about Blackie?
Blackie Ford could be.
You think?
The Chicago Black Sox. Yeah, of course. You can get away with that. You can get away with anything that you want to get away with. That's up to you. If you can take the heat, if you can't take it, get out of the kitchen.
I can take the heat because I'm allowed in the kitchen at my place. You're not allowed in the kitchen at your place. I don't know if you can take the heat.
Hey, I am now. I am the kitchen master now. That's right.
Gone. Yeah, take that, Harrison Butker.
You know what I'll do? If I use the stove, I'll take the pan and throw the pan away. How's that?
That is not
when trash day comes. I'll go get a pan, do the cooking on it, and then throw the pan away. How about?
Hey, you said I couldn't clean anything, so I just threw it away.
I just threw the pan away. That's going to be a good call for me when I start making bacon and eggs and all that grease and stuff is flying all around the kitchen. I got a Swifter. That's all I know. I was
The
showing
Swiffer? So you mean
didn't show me how to
Swiffer?
use the Swifter. She was supposed to show me how to use the Swifter before she left. Are they pretty simple? Can I go buy a Swifter and throw that away too?
Are you talking about a Swiffer or a Swifter?
What are those things that sweep the kitchen and they suck up all the grease and all the dirt?
Yeah. A Swiffer?
Is that what it's called, Swiffer?
Yeah, Swiffer.
Okay, can I throw that away?
Well, they have like pads on them that you throw away.
I don't give a shit about the pad. I'll use all the pads, and then can I throw away the whole thing so none of it's around?
Hey, it's not mine. You can do whatever the hell you want.
And it can't cost but about $6, right?
It's more than that.
More?
Yeah.
I don't know if that came on. Everything that's more comes on the Amazon truck.
Especially if you've got one of those power. Is it a power one too that uses batteries and makes noise?
I think it's it's a one that's going to makes noise. Yes.
Yeah, that thing costs more than $6.
Because everything she has one of those stupid battery packs to it. Anything comes with a silly ass battery pack. Why can't I just use it and throw it out the window or something?
You got to get a battery sponsor on this show, is what it sounds like.
God, everything.
Use it and throw it out the window and just not clean it up. Just leave it there. Oh, man. Well, nice win for Texas baseball. Cade Bing got the start on the mound. Looked pretty solid. Gave up 2 runs in 4 innings. Didn't walk anybody. Didn't hit anybody. Jason Flores in relief, 3 innings. 1 unearned run allowed. The good news, Texas didn't need to use any of their major arms, right? Riojas, Volantis, Scruggs, all of those guys who were used a lot in the weekend series win over LSU did not need to be used last night. So they get basically a full week off to prepare for this weekend's road series at Mizzou. Mizzou's not very good. They're 0-6 in the SEC. They got swept by the same LSU team that Texas just beat. But I will say this, Mizzou did beat Illinois last night. Nice midweek game for them. So if you remember, Texas and Illinois played a crazy game in Vegas a few weeks ago. But yeah, this is still the worst team in the conference. You'd love to take all 3. At minimum, you really want to take 2 of 3. But I think it was good that Mizzou won that game last night because it shows you that, all right, they're not a total slapdick. They can beat you if you're off your game. And hopefully Texas is on their game as they take the trip to Como on Friday night.
Very nice.
Yeah, and Arkansas lost to 10-12 Missouri State last night. So the Tuesday, the midweek games, man, they get everybody. They got us last week. They got the Hogs.
Arkansas is a basketball school. Don't forget that.
Yeah, they sure as hell ain't a football school. That's for sure.
They've always been kind of a basketball school. Well, they've been a football school. I shouldn't say that. What am I talking about?
They would like to be a football school, but don't
they
you have
like
to actually
come back to be a football school? But they've naturally been a pretty good basketball school, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, right now they are. I mean, they're in the Sweet 16.
Man,
they were able to lure John Calipari away from Kentucky. So,
well, he's done a pretty good job as the year went on there.
Yeah, they were. I mean,
That's a bunch of ragtag dudes that are really good athletes. He kind of brought that group together pretty well so far.
They started 0-5 in the SEC.
Yeah,
they were the worst team in the conference, and
I thought they were going to stay that way too for a while.
Yeah, they got it going late. They beat Texas twice, but more importantly, they've won 2 games in the tournament. They're still dancing, and
they got a star, right? Don't they have a young guy that's pretty good? He was injured and now he's back.
Yeah, Duthero should be coming back, and Boogie Fland, who missed a lot of the regular season.
Yeah, Boogie Fland. Yeah.
He came back at the start of the tournament. So Arkansas is as healthy as they've been. They get Texas Tech tomorrow night.
They can cause some problems for Tech.
Sure. I'd pick Tech to win that game. But, hey, Arkansas beat a 2 seed. They can go out and beat a 3 seed. That game in San Francisco, so very late tomorrow night. But old rivalry renewed with the Techsters and the Hogsters getting after it. All right. By the way, Texas women's basketball, we haven't talked about this yet because it's not good news. Aaliyah Chavez, the 5-star guard, the #1 recruit in the country for the class of 2025, she ended up committing to Oklahoma yesterday.
Yeah, she wants to drink out of the fire hose, so good for her.
She wants to suck on the fire hose, huh?
Yeah.
She wants to be blowing and going on that fire hose that Brent Venables was on a few years back.
She decided to go there, yes.
Now, this sucks. I would have preferred her to go to Texas Tech, even though I hate them. At least you don't have to go against her anymore. But now Texas is going to have to go against Aaliyah Chavez twice a year for the next 3 or 4 seasons.
Things won't work out the same for her.
Yeah, but look, Texas still is a great team coming back, and they've got some other great recruits coming in. So Tough loss for the Longhorns, but she goes to Oklahoma, and worst of luck to her.
Must be the food there is better or something. I don't know.
Come on. The food in Norman better than the food in Austin?
I don't know. Maybe she likes slop. Who knows?
Maybe she likes slop. I don't know. Maybe meth. Maybe she's into that. I'm not sure.
Wow.
That's mean. She's a high school girl. All right. Moving on from that. Let's do the airplane story here.
Yeah, come on. Give it to me. Give me that airplane story. We're coming to the end.
Wags is a Giants fan, so I want to get his thoughts on the Russell Wilson signing. We'll do that in crosstalk in about 5 minutes. And we also have some exclusive sound from Russell Wilson. A Texas Sports Unfiltered reporter was on the scene at Russell Wilson's house yesterday and was able to get some thoughts, some first comments from Russell Wilson after he signed a deal with the New York Giants. So we'll let you hear from the Giants' newest quarterback here in a few minutes. But we really have two airplane stories, but we'll start with this one. And I heard you were watching TV before the start of the show. You actually heard this story in the background. So this is such a big deal that it has made it to the national news. But our friends at United Airlines, well, they messed up again. And I don't know if we can blame the airline itself for this.
Yeah, I'm still blaming the airline. If that's a pilot, you've got to give them more than one passport.
So here's the detail. Hold on. Here are the details before we so it was a flight traveling from LA to Shanghai.
Yeah.
Buck, do you know where Shanghai is?
A place where you got to take off your shoes when you go into the house.
Is that the name of a country?
I'm just wondering, do I have to take my shoes off when I go into any abode in Shanghai? Probably.
Probably do. Yeah,
yes.
You probably do. But it was a flight from LA to Shanghai that was forced to turn back after airline officials discovered one of the pilots on board the aircraft did not have a passport. It was United Airlines Flight 198. It departed from LAX around 2 p.m. this past Saturday, carrying 257 passengers and 13 crew members, so a pretty full flight. Approximately 2 hours in. Thankfully, they weren't like 10 or 12 hours in, but still 2 hours into this flight, as the aircraft was headed northwest over the Pacific Ocean, it was redirected. They had to land in San Francisco around 5 p.m. local time because, quote, the pilot did not have their passport on board, end quote. A little bit more from that United Airlines statement. We arranged for a new crew to take our customers to their destination that evening. Okay. Customers were provided with meal vouchers and compensation, end quote.
Love the word compensation. That's what I'm talking about. I need some awards and some compensation. Hell, I went to Atlanta. They didn't even offer me a meal. I stayed overnight for a night and a half almost. That's what I'm talking. That's service right there. But you got to do a better job. I'm not the individual. You're a dope. Maybe you should be, well, I don't know if you get fired, but something's going to happen to some pay there. We're going to dock something. But if you're a pilot, shouldn't you have like 6 different passports where at any given time they can pull it up? Yes, that's our pilot. He's our guy. Let him into Egypt. Let him into Russia. Let him into Rock the Casbah. I mean, come on. He shouldn't have to, if he forgets one passport, he should have like 8 of those things that the airline should just be able to pull up on their computer and say, yep, that's the guy. He's our guy. Let's go.
Good pull on the Clash reference there. Couple of thoughts. Are you allowed to have more than one passport?
I don't know. I mean, a pilot should be able to have a couple different ones. I mean, especially if you're an international flyer, you know what I'm saying?
But like more than one American passport. I guess if you're a citizen of 2 different countries, you can have 2 different passports. But can you have more than one U.S.?
No, I'm probably wrong. He's just a dumbass for forgetting it. Yeah. That should be the first, like forgetting your wallet. That's like your wallet is a part of your ass cheek if you have a wallet. It goes back to where your ass cheek is. You should never forget that. You should never, as soon as you get in the car, you just reach back, touch your ass, and if your wallet's not there, go get it out of the house.
Well, you check for, at least I check for 3 things whenever I leave my place. Phone, wallet, keys.
Okay, there you go.
But like the 4th thing, if you're traveling internationally, is passport, right?
Yes.
Like if you're just going on a domestic flight, you've got your license in your wallet, so you don't have to double check for that. But yeah, the 4 things you have to have if you're on an international flight: phone, wallet, keys, passport. Maybe you mix up the order and probably put passport number 1 on that shit.
If you're a pilot, probably yes.
If you're anybody, like they're not going to let you in if you don't have a passport. I guess if you're a passenger, you can't even get on the flight without a passport, so you're not going to make it that far. But yeah, if you're a pilot, like you gotta double check that, man.
Yeah, but the system should have you in there where they can just ring up yeah, that's our dude. If he shows you the badge, ring that dude up. Yes, here's his other passport. Give him 6 different passports. We're trying to get some, once again, BK, I'm trying to get to Shanghai or Singapore or wherever the hell I'm trying to get. You can't turn me around 2 hours in. I've got to see my geisha girl back in Singapore there. Let's go. What's the deal? Why am I turning around here? Over a passport? Can he fly the plane? Yes. Let's go.
Does that qualify as an emergency? I need to see my geisha girl so we can't turn this plane around?
Yes, that's an emergency.
Yeah, my schlong is dying over here.
No, we're 2 hours into this thing. Guy's flying okay. I know we got another 10 hours. Seems like he's going to do just fine.
So I don't know how it works. Like when the plane lands, do they check the passport immediately? Could you just say, hey, sorry, pilot, you effed up. We got to keep going. As soon as you land, your ass has to fly this thing right back to the States because you forgot your stuff.
Or you go to jail here for a couple days till they get your stuff sent to you.
Yeah, but Brittany Griner, get your ass in jail over there, Brittany.
Yeah, but yes, but we're not turning this thing around. We're in flight 2 hours. What is wrong with these people? There's got to be a simpler way than that. The simple way is, hey, dumbass, don't forget it, okay? Don't forget your I don't know how, Wags, military-wise, how you fly. I mean, do you have to have several passports? I mean, if you're military, don't you have some other things that can get you places? One thing? He's muted.
Still muted.
I agree with everything he's saying. He's spot on.
Yeah.
Spot on.
That's the best he's sounded, isn't it?
Not good. We're not great at lip reading on this network, so we need
eventually you're going to have to talk to Rodney there.
Well, and see, you can have as many passports as you want, and it all accounts to 3 words: the flea market. They will make you passports there. I mean,
you're telling me the same place that made my fake ID in high school, Ronnie, can make me a passport?
I went last weekend and got me a new ID that says Ronnie. Now I'm 2 people.
And you can't turn the flight around 2 hours in. I'm not going back for the pilot, right? We're going to keep on going. We got some momentum going to Shanghai.
Yeah, we're going to figure it out. I mean, we can like tie strap this guy to a seat to make sure he doesn't do something illegal or something, but we're not turning around. We're not turning around.
That's it, BK.
Well, how much let me ask you this, Buck. I'll go to you first. Compensation and meal vouchers. What type of compensation and meal vouchers would you need if you were on board this flight?
At least $500, at least a weekend stay in a room somewhere in the world. And you can keep the meal vouchers. I don't give a shit. You can keep all your airline food you want. Unless it's a meal at the hotel that you're going to get me at, then I don't care about it. I don't care about meal vouchers. Compensation is at least give me $500. Give me a week stay somewhere when I'm traveling all over the world, numerous awards, numbers that I can stay. I don't care about your meal vouchers unless I'm in the Atlanta airport, which they're very disappointing there.
Yeah. I've been to Atlanta one time. I flew into Atlanta one time to go do a racing thing. Oh, it's horrible. And they put me up accommodations. They put us up, as Tracy and I, they put us up in accommodations, and there's some junky hotel. I mean, it was horrible. I had to run. Tracy and I had to run across the freeway at like 2 a.m. to get to the hotel. They dropped us off. I'm like, what in the hell is this?
Welcome to Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh my God. It was horrible. It's horrible. But yeah, keep the meal voucher. I mean,
please.
I'd give me a Whataburger gift card or Taco Bell gift card.
I can grab myself some peanuts.
Yeah. Pay my Uber Eats bill. I'm fixing to order a bunch of shit, and you can pay that bill. You can pay that bill.
Just give me just give me like a free flight somewhere, like just give me a travel voucher where I get round trip airfare like anywhere in the world. One flight.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's all I need. It's 2 hours. It's not, it's costly, it's annoying, but you just give me that. I think that's
But BK, there's got to be a better way, but with the exception of don't be stupid and leave.
Check.
Leave that behind. There you go, Wags. I'm just thinking, if you're a pilot and you travel all over the world, there's got to be an easier way that if you do forget your passport, you're going to all these different countries. You got like 6 of those that'll get you in. You know what I'm saying? You can get to Cuba or whatever you need to get to without them saying, no, we're turning the whole plane around.
Right. And if this is the pilot, isn't one of his prerequisite checklists to make sure that he has all of his passports or getting into
call him a dumbass. So we already know he screwed that part up.
Yeah. Whoa. It's like if you're an electrician and you leave without your volt finder, you're a plumber, you leave without your pipe wrench. Come on, man.
Hang on. We're all assuming that this was a male pilot. Are y'all saying women can't be pilots? What's going on?
I didn't know. No. If you leave without your apron, then you've got a problem.
Oof.
Yeah.
But women can be pilots.
Yeah, apparently they have to wear an apron. They have to wear an apron and a chef's hat.
Lingerie. They have to fly in lingerie. Yeah, I've had where the pilot comes in. This is I don't know, Betty from the flight deck, and we're like
Betty,
and I'm like holding on. I'm like,
Betty. It's 1925, and Betty is who we have.
I've never had the urge to do that.
Yeah,
man.
I don't know.
Well, I never had the urge to. If they said there's a female flying, that I got real nervous.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. It's like whoever's in control. I don't care.
That's different than driving a car. Now, when I know that who's driving the car is a female, I get a little weirded out when I'm not in control of that car, that steering wheel. That's when I get weirded out.
It's like when I'm flying, usually, you have to get there so damn early nowadays. I'll go have me a cocktail at one of those overpriced bars at whatever airport it is. And so I get on the plane and I'm thinking, I wonder if the pilot was there too. I wonder if the pilot was that guy next to me when I was sitting there bullshitting with him.
When he was slamming down Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
Look, you just got reinstated.
Hey, we spent a lot of money here to fly out a reporter to Russell Wilson's house to get his initial thoughts on joining Wags' New York Giants. I'm sure you guys will be talking about this during your show, but before Buck and I get out of here, I want to play all this exclusive, never-before-heard sound of Russell Wilson talking about signing a one-year free agent contract with the New York Giants.
I got one thing to say. Giants country, let's ride right off a cliff to our fiery deaths. The Giants said they were looking for a really quarterback so they can tank for Arch Manning next year. I told them I'm their man. I can't wait to go 3-14 next year. It's going to be electric. People say I'm past my prime, and my response is that I never had a prime. My prime was like 3 quarters in 2012. I give hope to dorky-ass dudes everywhere, because if a goober like me can pull a Ciara, then anything's possible. The last team that let Russ cook ended up with food poisoning and shitting their pants for a week. I'm Mr. Unlimited, but actually the only thing unlimited about me is interceptions and cringe moments. I can't wait to back up Tommy DeVito next year.
Wow.
So there's Russell Wilson. Again, exclusive audio, only heard right here on TSU.
Wow. And just think about that. If they're going to tank for Arch, so they're going to have Russell that's going to teach him all these great things. Then you're going to have Jameis Winston over there. It's going to teach him Arch how to be a thief, how to steal crab. Man, he's
last time they let Russ cook, everyone got food poisoning and shit their pants for a week.
Sad thing is, Jameis Winston's going to beat him out and he'll be the starter anyway.
Oh
no!
He'll throw 30 touchdowns, but he's going to
31 interceptions.
Yeah.
Well, he does. All right, guys.
All right, guys. Have a great day, man.
Take care, boys.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later. CB, we were not mad at Jordan. We were mad at everybody trying to make this thing happen or conjure up the thought process of having Cam Ward to the Giants. That is just something that we can't happen. Now, people were going to ask me what is going on with Russell Wilson to the Giants. I'll tell you in just a second. Welcome in, everybody, to Chaos Theory. We hope you're having a great day. It is hump day after all. Mike, what day is it, Mike? It's hump day after all. my partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez. You can find him on Twitter at the Rodney R. You can find him on Instaface at the _Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire, and then on Brand X at Not the Fake Wags. All right, so yeah, I guess we had some news to talk about. Stefon Diggs to the Patriots, right? That's what we're here to talk about.
Of course.
Sure, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But the marquee headline is that New York gets a quarterback, and they didn't have to go through and wait in the draft. They got Jameis Winston. They're addressing some veteran needs, and Russell Wilson has landed in New York for reportedly $21 million with $10.5 guaranteed for 1 year. Rodney, when we talked a little bit about this in crosstalk yesterday with Jordan and Will, I kind of mentioned this, right? Like, if the Giants go out and draft another quarterback, they're right in the same scenario and same dilemma that they had with Daniel Jones. They don't have any protection for any quarterback that they bring in. They got some pieces, they got neighbors, right? But they still got to build around that. I wasn't in love with Drew Lock, but I was okay with letting Drew Lock kind of coast and guide. And if you were going to try and retain him and bring him back for something small, sure, let him maybe kind of be the bridge. And look, we all know what we're trying to do anyways, right? Without admitting it, we're trying to come in last, but make it look good so that we can get Archman. Like, Russell Wilson wasn't wrong. AI Russell Wilson wasn't wrong. We are trying to get Arch Manning. It just has to do it in Giants for it's got to look good. It's got to have some class on it, right? You can't just tank and make it look sloppy. You got to bring a guy like Russell Wilson in. At least he can make it, dress it up a little bit and make it look some type of classiness, right?
I can only assume that what the Giants are attempting to, whether it's a facade or it's
isn't a facade. This is legit.
Yeah, but what's going to happen if the Giants somehow end up, this is a Pittsburgh Steeler route from last year with Russell and with Fields.
Pittsburgh had a lot more pieces than the Giants.
Yeah. So I think this is going to be. I don't understand what you're doing here. I mean, I do. You are, but it's like you're bringing these two dudes in, and don't save the money. Save the money. Just go with one guy and make it the plan to lose as much as you can.
But you got to figure Russell Wilson's probably going to get banged up and get hurt, or one of these guys are probably going to get banged up and get hurt. So you got to pay for a succession plan, or you got to have some succession plan in place. And that succession plan can't be going out and trying to find it in the draft, right? Like that's just, it's not, this isn't, and that's what I was trying to point out yesterday. This isn't the draft class to go and be spending a first-round pick on a quarter. In my opinion, a first-round overall in this year's draft class on a quarterback isn't going to change you in 5 years. I don't think that Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders will be a franchise quarterback. They might start the next year because they'll be the de facto quarterback, and they'll have to for survivability, right? But it's ultimately going to end up like a Will Levis if they go to Tennessee. Yeah. Nothing's going to change until you have the support process in place. That's what I was trying to articulate yesterday. Hopefully it came off that way. It wasn't me. I hope it didn't turn into what CB said here, me yelling at Jordan because he meant Jordan was going to the Giants. That's not what it is. I don't want people to conjure that up. If we're looking at what the Giants were trying to do, and yesterday kind of sealed the deal with them kind of going out and getting Russell Wilson, inking him to a 1-year deal here. Now they have 2 veteran quarterbacks. They got Tommy DeVito there in waiting. Sure, this is a bridge that I'm willing to take and sit on. Everybody was just like, are you going to flip the hell out because they got Russell Wilson? Actually, it's kind of a little bit of reprieve for me, right? I can kind of sit back and breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief a little bit. Maybe we're not going to do something that stupid in the draft this year. Maybe we actually are learning from maybe the Giants are actually learning from their mistakes, and they're going to, address their offensive line or address their defense. That's usually the key for a recipe of success, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's where you build. I mean, that's where you build. And I will say, that with the moves, with the 2 quarterback moves that the Giants have made here with these 2 guys that they're bringing in, this does afford them, because they're obviously not going the quarterback route. I saw something this morning on one of the national shows where they were talking about, well, what if the Giants draft Shedeur Sanders?
They could still trade. They could trade back and acquire more draft picks.
Yeah, build the fundamentals, build the offensive line, build that stuff.
I'm telling you, go the Belichick route, man. Go acquire as many picks as you can, and then you can package those deals together. Or if stuff don't work out to where the pieces on the board don't fall to you with all the picks that you're getting, but you can take those picks and build a really solid nucleus around that. And I think I said this last or yesterday. This is a draft that is loaded with trench warfare and wide receivers. Hell, defense backs too. Like, you can go out and you can get yourself a nice little core nucleus of the future foundation of what you're trying to build.
Yeah. That's really what this does. So if you look at it that way, it's a pretty genius move, because they're not going to adjust the quarterback.
I don't know if it's genius, but it's a little bit better.
It's impressive.
It's a surprising move. We'll see.
As a Cowboy fan, it's pretty impressive to watch this. But when you
as a Cowboy fan, it's pretty impressive.
What they were saying this morning, Wags, it's like you draft Shedeur Sanders and just don't play him. Yeah, Dion will go for that. I'm sure that'll work well. They're not going into the conversation.
I understand what you're saying. Like, if you draft a quarterback that high, but we've had this discussion, right? If you draft a quarterback that high with your pick, then you almost have to throw him to the wolves and make him kind of survive, right?
Yeah.
But also, like, I always go back to Derek Carr, or is it? Yeah, it's David. Sorry, David Carr. I always go back to David Carr. I go back to Will Levis now. Like, or hell, even Trevor Lawrence. Like, I thought Trevor Lawrence was going to come out of Clemson and just shock the shit out of everybody, right? I thought what he did at Clemson would transcend into the NFL. We have to remember this. Like, Caleb Williams. Like, now again, it was only Caleb Williams' first season, but still, like, I don't feel like the magic that we saw at the collegiate level will be there at the NFL level. Sure, they'll make some throws, they'll make some plays every now and then, but will it be every game? No, it hasn't been. Trevor Lawrence has struggled mightily. Now, it could be the landing spot that he's been in with Jacksonville, and given another chance to succeed somewhere like Sam Darnold did, you could thrive. But ultimately, like, the heroes that we see in college football don't really have that chance to transcend, because they don't have their foundation or their I guess their perfect community that they've been basically recruited to thrive in, right? Like, sure, you're getting drafted usually in the beginning of the round, right? Or the beginning of the draft, because your team is terrible, or the team that you're going to is terrible, and they need somebody like you to kind of pick them up. But if you don't draft accordingly and you don't have that support system around them, they will struggle. And you've seen that. Now, I'm not saying that Will Levis is the same type of quarterback that Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward. I'm not. I'm sure that these two quarterbacks have a skill set higher than Will Levis, right? But damn, you have to have pieces in play. And it doesn't seem like Tennessee have the pieces in play right now.
Cam Ward, to me, will work in a situation to where he's not going to somebody like Tennessee or somebody that is in desperate need of everything. And this is why.
But that's the point, Rodney. You're not going to waste your point. You're not going to waste your pick and draft a quarterback in that spot if you don't need that, right? Like, that's the ultimate paradox.
And this is why I was saying last year, when it was like when I was very emphatic that Caleb Williams, and again, I wasn't totally sold with everything out of college, like we talked about, where I knew that it was not going to be what people had perceived, and it may still work out for him, because Chicago now has gone and addressed what they really needed to address. Last year, when they were going to bet the farm on this dude, what did they do? They went out and they got him a bunch of weapons. They got him, more on the outside. They got him all these different things, but still, that offensive line, I saw nothing.
Went out and got Keenan Allen. They got wide receivers for him.
I saw nothing. I saw nothing to protect him. And what happened? He wound up being the most sacked quarterback in the league.
It is really not rocket science. It's
not. And now they've gone out and addressed that. So next year, you may see a better Caleb Williams. So yeah, this thing here, Cam Ward would be the one. I'm to the conversation yesterday, Wags. I'm not really sold on either one of these guys, especially in the sense where you go.
I don't think either of them are franchise quarterbacks.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either, and that's why I think
I don't think the quarterbacks that have been drafted the past couple of years are franchise quarterbacks. I don't even know if Drake Mesa, franchise quarterback. Well, we haven't seen much of him anyways, but
Jaden Daniels was the one that I knew that dude was going to pop.
Daniels is different. Yeah. Every now and then you'll find the diamond in the rough, right?
But what did they do? What did Washington do? And it pains me to say this. Washington went out and built him a really good system and mining toys for him. So it's like, this is really scary what's going on in Washington.
I don't have the aid of reference up right now, but where was Washington's offensive line before Jaden Daniels was drafted?
Oh man,
were they run of the mill?
It's pretty piss poor, and I think but again, that was you didn't have really good. Who was a quarterback? I don't even. Jaden Daniels.
It was
so good.
It was Sam Howell.
Oh, that's right.
It was Sam Howell. They went from Heineke to Howell, and then up to this dude now.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels.
So I mean that's what you do right there. But I mean this really is for the Giants. If they pull this off the way that we're laying the blueprint for them, I hope they're listening to this because that's what they need to do. Utilize this draft and go get those pieces. And Wags, you never know, man. Maybe you find lightning in a bottle to where you can build around enough and you're competitive. You're not going to win the East. I mean, Philadelphia and the Redskins are going to just claw this thing out. And I mean, if anything, I think if you're the Giants, when it comes to if you're really looking towards Arch Manning or whoever you may be looking at in 2026, it's like just be bad enough to I mean, you got to lose to Dallas twice because the other two teams are going to beat you. And I don't know, man, but it does very much seem like a move where they are planning way ahead. This year, I think it's just going to be one of those things where you got to get a team on the field, it seems like. But remember, they have, from Giants ownership, you're in win now mode. It's been pretty clear you're in win now mode or else. And I would think that it's going to be
but here's the problem with that, right? Like, I don't think the winning now is going to come. Like you are absolutely right. You're in that mode. It's kind of what AI Russell Wilson said. Expect a 3-14 season, man. It's going to be dog shit, which is exactly what I want. I want to make it look good. I do. Like, I want to be competitive, but I want the first round draft pick. I do. Yeah. Or I want an opportunity to trade out and acquire more draft picks. I don't think Arch Manning will be leaving next year. I think he'll stay a couple more seasons at Tech. I think Arch Manning will ultimately stay 4 years, but play 3, right? Because he's been redshirted. So I think he'll stay on campus for 4 years, get his degree, and then he'll go into the NFL. So that being said, Arch Manning's probably not the dude you're drafting next year, right? But if you can endure one more hellacious, tumultuous season, like I guess the next upcoming season is basically going to be, right? You just got to endure through it and suck it up. There's a chance that you could get Arch Manning.
Yeah,
that's
and hopefully, if you're a Giants fan, I mean, like you are, I mean, hopefully they do.
My kid came back from spring break and got me sick as shit.
Oh, great. Hopefully you do build those other pieces to so when you have that opportunity to get the quarterback, you've got the dude that you can slide in there, and he's not. I mean, look at CJ Stroud. Again, a great job by Houston, who's turned that organization around. I mean, CJ Stroud was running for his life last year. It's like he seemed so timid at times. Like, oh man, you're going to get hit, and there's not even anybody there. And they've gone out and addressed that, or at least moving forward to address that. So hopefully that's what the Giants do here, but the other part of it is like the point that you always make, that there's a lot of pieces. But if you're going to go find that centerpiece quarterback, you better have that damn offensive line and that interior right there that's going to keep that dude upright. Otherwise, you're going to ruin the quarterback when you finally get that dude in place. So we'll see if these two KG vets, one of them can solidify themselves. But like you said, I'm
expecting content. That's what when people ask me what my expectations are for the New York Giants, I'm expecting content. That's all. Like
Yeah.
it's probably going to be bad, but it's going to be entertaining. I'm ready for the Jameis Winston show in New York. I think he's mature enough now to where he's not going to get in all kinds of crazy trouble, but it's going to be a fascinating ride. I'm ready to watch it. And also, like, I've accepted fate. I've accepted fate for the Giants. Like, this is it. This is as good as it gets for the next few years.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. Is if I'm sacrificing these next couple of purgatory years for a stab or a chance at Arch Manning, sure. Yeah, I'm signing on for it. All right, happily. I'm gonna happily sit here and chew on shit for 2 seasons. I'll do that. Right, I've sat in my own shit before, Rodney. I'll sit in it again. Okay.
Well, and I would think so. I mean, I even hate to bring this dude up, but I would think as this domino falls, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I would assume it's going to be Pittsburgh at this point. Although I saw something.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in Pittsburgh. He had a 6-hour meeting with Pittsburgh. He was around with all the facilities, meeting the players and coaches.
Yeah,
all the arrows are pointing to Pittsburgh.
I saw. I think it was on Kay Adams' show. I think it was yesterday or the day before, where she was talking. She was talking to JJ McCarthy, and he said that they haven't told him he's going to be the starter, which it's early. I know that, but when
But why would you tell him that he is the starter? Why wouldn't you make him come out and earn it? Like it's a rookie quarterback. One, sure, he's supposed to be the franchise quarterback, but he got hurt in minicamp. Or no, I'm sorry, he got hurt in preseason. It wasn't minicamps, but
the other part of it is
OTAs? Did he get hurt in OTAs last year, or was it actual preseason? No, it wasn't. It was preseason week 1.
Yeah.
Week 1.
Which leads me to believe. I mean, I know that Minnesota has said, that they didn't have interest in Aaron Rodgers, but apparently they have researched Aaron Rodgers. So is that still a possibility to where Aaron Rodgers, which I hope he doesn't, because like I said, I don't want Aaron Rodgers to succeed. And if he goes to Minnesota, it's going to be really hard for him to not succeed because he's got a lot there.
He's got weapons, but I mean, now this is going to be so weird to ask this, right? Let me structure it and let me pose it in a different way. Does Sam Darnold move around better than Aaron Rodgers at this point?
Sam Darnold?
Yeah. Does Sam Darnold move around better than Aaron Rodgers at this point?
I would say so, and that's just Mother Nature. Yeah.
So the arm strength and superiority of Aaron Rodgers and Sam Darnold is kind of pretty much on point, I would think, right? Like I still think Aaron Rodgers has a cannon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He just can't, he doesn't have the mobile ability that he used to have that made him Superman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or that allowed him to put the championship belt on. Sam Darnold has that mobility, but I don't know if he has the pocket precision that Aaron Rodgers has. But if you take the weapons that both of these two quarterbacks would be at their disposal, then yeah, sure, you would like to think that both quarterbacks would be successful, right? But I feel like in today's day and age in the NFL, you have to have some type of mobility.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if and based off of what I saw at the New York Jets, Tom Brady had more mobility than Aaron Rodgers in his last couple of seasons. Right.
Yeah,
and that's not an embellishment. That is a legit opinion that I wholeheartedly will make and die on that hill based off of what I saw.
Yeah. Well, and now at 40, he's had a horrific injury that he came back from.
Right. Exactly. And an Achilles injury that Brady never had to even endure. Sure.
Where I go back to this whole thing with Minnesota to where it's so interesting to me, just a couple of things, because it's been
my point that you didn't answer that I asked you, I'm trying to get an answer from you. Is Sam Darnold more mobile than Aaron
absolutely.
Rodgers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that to me would give Darnold more of a chance to survive in Minnesota with all the weapons around than Aaron Rodgers has.
Well, where I go back to the McCarthy thing is the guy hasn't done anything. I mean, the guy's been on the shelf. So it's really interesting to me that they haven't, that Minnesota hasn't gone out. It's a pretty scarce quarterback room, I think, for them. I think they may have one other quarterback on the roster. I may be wrong with that now that Darnold's gone. Into the Rodgers decision to where Rodgers is apparently going to drag this out as long as he will Rypien. Yeah, I think Rypien is the other quarterback on their roster at this point. with Rodgers dragging this thing out, is this still a little bit of an opening right there to where Minnesota might make that move? And that's where I think Pittsburgh is kind of being held hostage right here, because if the Steelers really plan to move forward with Aaron Rodgers as their starting quarterback, which they're running out of time also, here's Aaron Rodgers in control again to go to I think 2 pretty damn good situations. So if you're not a fan of Aaron Rodgers, the 2 landing spots that I think are kind of embarking themselves as the landing spots are pretty good landing spots.
What's the second spot that you have him at?
Pittsburgh or Minnesota?
Minnesota?
I think Minnesota is probably the second spot that we might see this guy to finish.
If he goes to Minnesota, then I don't want to say that nothing's guaranteed, right? But if he goes to Minnesota, you'd think the prima donna in him, or the diva in him, he would kind of demand or have a clause to where he's going to be the starter.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like his ego isn't going to allow JJ McCarthy to take snaps in front of him, right?
Yeah, not a second-year guy. Right. Not a second-year guy.
Not a second-year guy that hasn't had a snap yet.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's why.
So you and I are both on that page.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
that's why
if you're Minnesota, if you really want to wreck the relationship with JJ McCarthy, you bring in Aaron Rodgers, because that's ultimately what would happen. Like, JJ McCarthy's probably chomping at the bit to get at this thing, and then you're saying, wait 1 second, JJ, we really don't have, or we don't know the amount of faith that we have in you just yet. We're not even going to allow you to use the rookie contract that you have to prove yourself. We think that less of you, that we're going to bring in Aaron Rodgers, who's done, a wash, but we're going to give him one last hurrah with the weapons that we have around him.
Yeah.
If you do that, you're really telling JJ McCarthy that, okay, this is kind of what we think of you here. You're kind of mid. All right.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know. I think that's a bad. Sure, you bring him in, maybe. No, I think if you bring him in, it's just going to create too much drama in the locker room, and it's sending a bad message to JJ McCarthy.
And the thing with Aaron Rodgers is, he did himself a favor at the end of the second half of the season, he was not bad. He was not bad. So I think for a lot of folks that are like, he's washed up, he's done. Unfortunately, he's not. I think he still has some tread on the tires.
I think he's pretty washed, bud. I don't know. But again, it could ultimately be the situation that's surrounding him, right?
That's what it is. You drop Aaron Rodgers with the Giants, or maybe even with the Raiders, even though the Raiders have been hellacious in the offseason. You drop him in those places. But he would look, Wags.
Let's not even get the hypothetical there.
Oh no, the Giants, they have enough quarterbacks.
Yeah,
they got enough.
We're good. We're good with the veteran leadership.
Yeah, you've got. But look, Rodgers goes to the Jets to take the Jets to the Super Bowl. He got hurt. But he came back. It's going to be Pittsburgh, I would assume. But we're going to hold him back.
Like I got 9 in the bag that it's Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we're in a holding pattern, because this is at Aaron's leisure.
100%. He will be the deciding factor when it's all said and done with. It will be his baby to tell, his story to tell. So
when he's ready, he will grace us and let us know how he has decided to
I'm so done with Aaron Rodgers. I really am.
And you know what I think,
and I know it's not about me, right? It's not my world. It's our world here. But I think we're all done with Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah.
Like the saga of Aaron Rodgers. Go drink some ayahuasca, buddy. Like, just go have some fun.
And I think all of this, what sucks even more about all this, Wags, is that freaking Pittsburgh now even wants him more, because he's
playing hard to get.
Because he's playing hard to get. He's playing hard to get, and not to mention, who's left? And the Pittsburgh problem is, like we've mentioned, they're never bad enough to draft a franchise quarterback, which there aren't any, in my opinion, in this draft. But
how did they get Ben Roethlisberger?
Where did they
that was the middle of where was Ben Roethlisberger picked?
I don't. Yeah, that dude wasn't like a first 10 round pick
of Ohio, so he wasn't really like turning heads, right? Was he mid round or like the 20s?
I think he was later. He was a later round pickup, and that's Yeah, and I mean, just think about since he's been gone. I mean, that's the problem, and people are all over Pittsburgh a lot to where it's like, well, they haven't addressed post Ben Roethlisberger. It's like it's hard to address that when you're picking 20th or 25th. I mean, Mike Tomlin's record stands for itself. I mean, the dude's winning seasons and making playoffs. I mean, he's not winning playoff games, but it's been an amazing run for him, and there hasn't been that free agent jewel that they went out and grabbed. I think they tried that last year. I still think they should have kept Justin Fields, but
11th overall.
11th overall. Okay, well that's a little higher. That's a little higher than I thought, but yeah, they hit the goal line with that.
But my point that I'm trying to ask is, how did they get into that spot? They had to have traded to get into that spot, or traded up to get to that spot, right?
What year was he drafted? Is that
2004?
2004. Man, I'm trying to think of the state of the Pittsburgh franchise back at that time. I mean, they're never bad.
Exactly.
They had to have.
That was still Cowher's Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Because they won a Super Bowl with Cowher. Hines Ward, Rydell Anthony. Right?
Yeah, right after that, a couple of years later. Yeah. It's like.
Or not Rydell Anthony, Jesus, Randall L. God, Rydell Anthony.
Antoine Randall L.
Rydell Anthony from Florida, from the Florida Gators, Wagner, Jesus.
And just think about that move right there. I mean, with
they won the Super Bowl the next year, Jake. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just think about that head coach and that quarterback. I mean, that's cohesion right there. Those two guys fit like a glove. I mean, they damn near look alike, those two, with that jaw.
I heard they didn't get along at all. Like I heard a better, like Tomlin and Roethlisberger had a way better relationship than Cowher and Roethlisberger.
Well, remember Big Ben? Big Ben was a little bit of a hellraiser.
Sure,
so
yeah.
I'm sure that dude probably came in and bucked the system. And old strong jaw Bill Cowher, he's not going to go for that. I can see where those dudes would have locked horns a little bit. And you had smart ass kid coming in, but
defense side, old school defense side of the ball. I'm sure he's probably going to be chewing on nails.
Yeah,
Steelers were 15-1 in 2004 with big. Man, they're pretty good. With the Steelers were, man. We got some more NFL news though, right? From New York to New England here. They make a little splash in free agency and get themselves some weapons for Drake May. Stephon Diggs coming over for a 3-year, $69 million contract here. What do you do? What does that do for you? Move the needle for you? Coming off of an ACL in a season-ending ACL injury, though.
Yeah, but I think you give your young quarterback a legit number one receiver. So that, depending on how he comes off of the injury, we nerds. we're speculating at this point, but I think right there, if I'm Drake May, I'm pretty damn excited right here because I've got my guy. I've got my guy right there. So, I mean, the Patriots just continue. It's very obvious that they had a lot of money to spend, and they've done a really good job going out. I think they've probably won free agency, them or the Commanders, with the moves that they've made. And what are they doing, Wax?
Is this the first big move for Vrabel? Or has he been busy? I haven't been following all the transactions for the NFL. Has Vrabel been? I guess this is something to ask Rob here. Is this the first? This feels like the first big move for
He's
Vrabel.
Brought in a lot of role guys. He's brought in a lot of role guys.
Cogs. That feels more of like the Belichick / Vrabel brand, right? Is not the marquee headliner names. It's the key cogs that are going to be able to build the machine, so to speak, and not kind of like just bring, flash and pizzazz there. Again, it's a different fit. We'll see how he is coming off of I think he's over 30. How old is Stephon Diggs here? Stephon Diggs.
31.
31 years old. 31 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike Vrabel was in Austin yesterday. CB says, "Okay."
Oh
CB,
yeah,
how do you know this? Are you in CB? Are you in Austin too, CB?
Huh? I think CB
is everywhere. CB is a being, a computer being, right? Not even real. CB's AI.
He's Chris Bennett Del Conte is who he is. He's CBDC, I think.
CBDC.
I watched a lot of that yesterday. I watched the pro day. It was on SEC on the SEC network. It was quite.
Yeah, that makes sense. He would be at the pro day for sure.
Yeah, yeah. There were a lot of important people at the pro day. There was a whole lot of people. Boy, old Sark over there. Sark like a proud dad, just walking around there looking all fly, all dressed. Well, he wasn't dressed like game day, but he just sitting there watching all his little ducks out there, Wags. Well, what a job he's done. And that's what you kept hearing. It's like, oh my God, this turnaround has been amazing. Well, no shit. But yeah, I think a 31-year-old wide receiver coming off of the ACL tear. I'm not all too concerned here. I think Diggs.
I'm sorry to interrupt. How did Quinn? I can't find anything on Quinn. How did Quinn look?
Quinn, I saw Quinn throwing some very deep balls, and again, he had all his weapons out there. Wags, it's like hell. It was going to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know the arm strength, right? But like, how was the delivery? Was it on point? Was it on time?
Oh yeah. Looked good to me. Everything that I saw, man, he was dropping them right in. And I mean, his dudes, he had his fleet out there. And I think he did very well for himself, backing up what he did at the combine. So I think the stock is rising a little bit there for quarterback number 3. Quarterback number 3.
Good. Again, hopefully, we'll be following the draft pretty closely here. But again, it's not about how fast you go in this draft, Quinn, it's where you go, buddy. So if you can find the perfect, and again, that's for everybody, right? If you can find the perfect landing spot, your season will floor, or you should be able to grow where you're planted. And to me, I think you and I both have agreed on that spot behind Matt Stafford would be a nice piece of soil, patch of soil to be planted in, man.
Oh, absolutely. That dude ends up there. And I mean, you get the best of both worlds right there. You get to learn from that guy. And not only that, I mean, whenever Stafford steps away, because I mean, the Rams have gotten much better in the offseason, I think. I mean, you're inheriting a really good spot right there. Pittsburgh, I think, could be a good spot for Quinn Ewers also. Depending on but he'd be forced to play maybe immediately. I need to see who the quarterback room now is for Pittsburgh. Didn't they bring back what's his name that was there before? What the hell?
Who? Rudolph?
Yeah, Mason Rudolph. Is he back? Yeah, I think they brought Mason.
Yeah, they brought Rudolph's the backup, but or I'm sorry, Rudolph was brought in. I don't know who is going to be the backup or who's going to be the starter.
Pittsburgh.
But yeah, they went out and they I think they gave Rudolph a decent little pocketbook, right? Or a decent little purse to sit here and presumably be second string. But yeah, that happened. I think that happened right after DK, or maybe right before or right after DK got signed. Yeah. Or got traded rather.
Pittsburgh quarterbacks. Pittsburgh quarterbacks. You remember Bubby Brister?
Yeah, Bubby Brister.
Number 6. Oh man.
Who was and then it was Neil O'Donnell after Bubby Brister?
Neil O'Donnell, because Neil O'Donnell was the quarterback the year that the Cowboys won their last Super Bowl. 2
interception Neil O'Donnell. Neil O'Donnell.
Neil O'Donnell made Larry Brown so much money. Man, I hope Neil O'Donnell gets a Christmas card from Larry Brown every freaking year with a check like you get from your grandparents, $100 check.
If I remember correctly, didn't like that week Larry Brown lose his child?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Like, that's the story that developed that week. Like, Larry Brown, he got the 2 interceptions, but also he lost a child that day.
No, that's horrible.
That week.
I didn't know that.
Or a child was. I could be wrong. Like, it was something very, very traumatized. Like, it was either his child or it was his wife. I honestly can't remember, but it was something that intimate.
Yeah. LB's got it right there. I think I saw one pass that kind of looked a little whatever, but I mean, he looks solid. He looks good.
I'll go back and I'll look for it. I'll go down and try and watch some clips of him throwing.
Yeah, but he looks really good. Also, I mean, he looks well.
Guys, we know he can throw the deep ball. That's the thing. Like, but my whole thing with Quinn on the deep ball, like, we know the arm strength's there. It's can you hit the receiver on time, right? Can you deliver it when it needs to be there instead of delivering it at that same spot or at the spot?
Yeah. He looks fit, trim, and ready to go. So he's had a good
dialed in and focused. That's what we're all about.
Good combine and good draft. Looked awful good in that bubble. Man, that bubble is a beautiful thing. Speaking of beautiful thing, Covert Bee Cave out in the beautiful hill country here of Central Texas, looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. You go out there to Covert Bee Cave and you will find it. Go online to covertbeecave.com. Check out their weekly specials. Always weekly specials there. You'll find what you're looking for. Here's a look from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Beats Covert deal, not now, not ever. Also, we always talk about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. My shower, man, almost there. We are down to, we're down to paint and just finishing out some miscellaneous stuff. The shower was completed yesterday, Wags. I think the glass is probably going up.
What'd you get done to it?
It's so we had an old jacuzzi tub that got jerked out of there, and now it is a full shower, hellacious 5-foot shower that was put in that hole. They finished up all the walls and everything yesterday and put this amazing trim on it. About 5 o'clock yesterday, they finished this off, and it worked out perfect because the guy comes up and he's like, "Can you come take a look? Let me know what you." They did. They had the idea, and this is where McCall Custom Homes, they're just this good. They were like, "How about we use some of the shower wall material that's going to be left, and we wainscot this side wall?" And we were like, I don't know. The tile's a little bit lighter. They're like, "Trust us, trust us." They put that thing up, Wags. I've made my wife cry a lot of times for the wrong reasons, being stupid. My wife comes home yesterday. She looks at the shower and she's in tears. She's like,
it means it's a different meaning to them. It is. I'm not trying to be what is it? Gender roles here, but it does. Yeah. It just means a little bit more to my wife. The shower means a little bit more to my wife than it does to me.
Yeah,
like I think it looks beautiful. Right, I think it looks great, but it doesn't allow me to sleep better at night. Like Katie couldn't sleep until the shower got done. Like she was that stressed out about it. And once it happened, man, it was fine. And now look, it was like 7 months of her stressed the fuck out. But I mean, like it finally, it just for some reason it means more to ladies than it does to men. Which is weird because it's our house too, right?
This has been like a 15-year dream for her to have this done.
So you got the jacuzzi moved out, but what all have you gotten done to, like, what did you remodel with it?
Yeah, you've got new tile in there, you got new cabinets, you got new countertops.
More space for sure, but is it just stand up only?
Yeah, it's gonna be no tub, stand up only. And she's sitting there, she's so excited about it, and she's like, "Oh my God, what do you think?" And I'm like, I think we both fit in there really well, is what I think. And I can't wait to get in there with you, is what I think. That's my response. Ronnie, she asked Ronnie what Ronnie thought, and Ronnie said, "Oh my God, I can't wait to get in there with you." And then Rodney came back and said, "It's beautiful." What great crap.
So we had, like I said, I've mentioned this before, we had the dual showers, right? My first thought was, all right, have some fun, but ultimately, what has happened with the dual showers is that it's just more space, and this is sad, but it's factual and absolutely 100% true. It's more convenient for the dogs, right? Mm-hmm. Like, because we give the dogs showers, and we have two guns, I don't even know what you call these things, right? Little sprayers, right? Like little jet guns that stand on the wall on each side of the wall. You can turn the nozzle and get it to switch to the jet gun if you want, but it's very convenient to have the dogs be right there in each corner now and get to do them at the same time, because the one, Bianca, you usually got to do her first, or else she'll just go absolutely apeshit and be rabid with stuff. She just doesn't like to be showered or doesn't like people touching her. So Rocky will come into the shower as long as you have Bianca in there first, and as long as he sees treats in there, Rocky will just come in there and roll around there, right? Bianca, you usually got to trick her and put like a little bit of a guise on to kind of get her to go in there. But with the guns, you can get them both in there at the same time. You don't have to waste any time. It's very efficient. Yeah, highly recommend a dual shower if you guys don't have one.
Yeah. So
Pretty
and
pricey,
McCall,
though. Beautiful but pretty pricey. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, but
yeah.
it's a long read for you, my guy.
A very long read, and we will get a walkthrough. I'll get a walkthrough for you guys once it's all done. Because, like I said, I mean, there's a couple of different things that need to be done, and it's just been an incredible experience. Like I said, Mike and the crews have been great. Mike is like, let's do this. What do you think about that? And the trades, that have come by, and they're like, hey, Ronnie, come here. What do you think about this? And of course, I pick up the phone and I'm like, here's what I think, but hold on. So they have been excellent. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. You can call or text our man, Mike, 512-633-9580, building value into your home. And certainly my primary bath, as we're supposed to say now. They were like, when I was right at the end of my real estate thing, you can't say master bath. I'm like, why not? Why can't I say master? That's a slavery term. Like, whatever. What? Come on. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Now, if you look at a real estate listing now, you don't see the term master bath because it can be perceived derogatory. It's primary bath.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Dude,
I'm serious.
Would I lie to you, Adam? Would I lie to you? Look one up.
No, I'm not telling you so. I'm telling everybody else.
Okay. I thought you thought this was a bit. Yeah, no, it's primary.
I'm serious. Like, grow some testicles. Seriously.
Primary bath.
Unreal, man.
It's crazy, right? Absolutely crazy.
Okay. There we go. I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
People are crazy.
Where do you want to go next, partner? Hey, did we talk about Stephon Diggs yet?
That's right.
We got Texas baseball opening day tomorrow. Oh, Al Walsh comes on tomorrow.
Oh, perfect. I was one. That's why I didn't send you a thing today. I didn't know if he was coming today or tomorrow. So it worked out today. We're totally fine. We're unscripted today and flowing like molasses, man.
Flowing like that lady on TV.
Flowing like a smooth, natural light.
You know what I'm talking about? Flowing like the lady on TV.
The lady on TV. Who's that?
Flo.
Oh, Flo.
Dude.
Progressive.
Man, I have given you like 3 dad jokes today, and you missed on all of them. Like, you're the dad joke of all dad jokes, right?
Dude, the shower thing just has me so excited. I'm just in another world. Progressive. Now the sponsor, Denny Hamlin. You see that Denny Hamlin number 11 race car now got Progressive all over that thing. So Flo will probably be at the NASCAR races here pretty soon, Wags. You know what? There's another top 5. Top 5 pitch people. Because you got Flo, you got that lady from Toyota, our man that owns the Taco Bell in his house.
Who's the lady from Toyota?
Is her name Pam? It's I think she's the blonde-headed lady. And then you've got the AT&T girl, Lily. You know who Lily is from AT&T?
Yeah, I know who the AT&T lady is. Who's the Toyota?
Yeah, she's always dressed in red. Her name is Pam. She's got dark hair, and she does the Toyota commercials. Some of them are kind of goofy. You know, they have stupid whatever little innuendos like they always do. You'd know her if you saw her. Yeah, look her up, Pam from Toyota.
I'm blanking.
Yeah, she's cute. I mean, very very cute young lady. I mean, not quite like the AT&T. I mean, the AT&T lady just fine, as we say in the hood. She fine. That's all there is.
Good looking girl I'm blanking on the Toyota stuff.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here trying to think of Toyota. I can't even think of the last Toyota truck commercial I've seen.
Yeah, Steven Delgado, that Mexicano. I'm seeing it, Delgado. We go and we Google what their real name is, because yes, that is her name. I've been told. Yeah, right there.
Unfamiliar with it.
Yeah, we could do top 5 pitch people. Okay. Dudes can count too. I mean, you got a lot of famous people there.
The only like advertising people I can think of besides Flo is the State Farm dude, right? Like that. Oh. You say the guy. You say your girl is always wearing red. The only thing that pops off to me that's wearing red is the dude from State Farm.
Jake
from State Farm. Yeah.
You remember when that dude was white? When he first started, he was white, dude.
State Farm will do that to you.
That's damn good insurance right there.
Damn good insurance, man. It'll turn you colors, man.
Change your whole ethnic, man. I'm gonna get me some stuff. I don't have State Farm. I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna pop on here one day, and I'm gonna be Asian. Wow. State Farm, man. Wow, that is crazy. Yeah, we could do that.
Right. No, but I only remember Jake from State Farm, and the other dude, the white guy from is it Sprint? No, might not even be Sprint.
Well,
Capital One. That's who I remember. Capital One.
Oh yeah. Well, now Capital One has.
Ventures, that's all. That's Jennifer Garner. That's it. Those are the only. Those are the ones that I remember. Those are the.
Well, then there was the most famous one of them all. The great guy from Subway, that's now in the can. Remember that guy, Jared. Lost.
Oh, Jared. Yeah, and then also somebody just mentioned. Patrick just mentioned the Verizon guy that Sprint or whatever. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
Can you hear me now? Come on, man.
That guy. All right. Any more sports we got to get to?
Top 5 pitch people.
I mean, we got some hockey. There was some hockey. I guess if you want to talk a little hockey, one of our favorite friends and pals of Texas Sports Unfiltered audiovisual consultations. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk to you about them real quick. 512-255-8678 is the number of the brand that you need to have in your house. They can set everything up for you. It's AV Consultations. If you don't know what you want in your house, make sure you go check them out on their website at avconsultations.com, and you will get see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years in setting the standard in audiovisual automation. And then you will have an idea, because the king, the guru himself, will be out there. He'll just say, hey, slide on out of the way. Let me get this done for you, man. Whether it's the 2 TV setup or the 3 TV setup, 4 TV setup, it's all deadly, and it's all done with audiovisual consultations. That's just the video side of it. Let's talk about the audio side of it, though. That Sonos surround sound system, you get it anywhere in the house. You get all zones, or you can get one zone. It's all up to you. Just ask Tom about it. It's avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Again, that's avconsultations.com.
Talked to Tom last night. As a matter of fact, we talked about 30 minutes. He shot me over a text. He's like, "Hey, give me a call. I got a question for you." So we just started talking life, and I looked up, and it was like, damn, 35 minutes later. I'm like, oh,
usually, conversations with Tom are pretty easy, and you fall, you look at the phone, and all of a sudden it's like 1 hour and 7 minutes has gone by, and you're getting ready to go into your next conversation. You're getting ready to go into the next subject, and then hell, man. The next thing you know, you're going over to his damn house, and I'd say slamming shots, but Tom don't drink, but he's probably going to go watch some hockey games with him. But anyways, getting to hockey last night, we still are on Ovechkin watch here.
6, right? 6 away.
6 away. 6 away from breaking the record. 5
from breaking it. Yeah.
But they took the loss last night to Winnipeg. Jets were able to take down the Capitals 3-2. But those of you guys that are hockey gurus and are on Ovi watch here, right? Well, I guess, is it Ovi watch or is it Gretzky watch? Right? I mean, Ovi's breaking it, but it's got to be Ovi. It's Gretzky's record, though.
Yeah. Well,
I think we still got to give the great one his dues until Ovi breaks the scoring record, right? It's not the points record or the assist record. It's the goals record here.
So has there been with this record that's going to go down? I mean, it's going to go down here pretty soon. Has there been a lot like with hockey guys to where it's like, when a rushing record gets broken or a scoring record gets broken in the NBA, to where it's like, well, it's because of the amount of games, it's because of the whatever. I bet there's not.
And matter of fact, like it appears that Ovi's biggest supporter has been Wade Gretzky.
I love that.
Like,
that is awesome.
Almost to the point where he's kind of calming. Like there was a run where Ovi couldn't get a point. Like he couldn't find the net. He was missing badly, and rumors murmured that Wayne called Ovi up or maybe not called him up, but sent him a message saying, "Hey, just let it come to you. You're going to get it. Like you don't have to force it. You don't have to press on it all the time. Just enjoy skating." Enjoy skating and let it come to you, man. And this has been it was a rough season last year for Ovi, right? And rough season for the Capitals last year. But I mean, it's been a special year, not just because of Ovi, kind of chasing this unprecedented goal or unprecedented record, like a record that we thought would never be touched, but it is. Like somebody's finally going to take down the goal record here, and it's not just been magical because of that. It's kind of been just an unfathomable season to see the Caps skate this well. I didn't expect them to be, leading the Met or at the top of the Met or in the East, to be even contending for this thing. And now they're some pretty good odds based off of what I thought I saw plus 800 odds for the Capitals to win the Stanley Cup, and that might have been preseason. But yeah, they're in pretty good form right now, or it might be 1,200. I gotta pull it up for you guys in a second here. But they're in pretty good position to make a bid at Lord Stanley once they get into the playoffs here.
That's kind of the caveat
too, Rodney. They're healthy. Like that's huge going in.
Yeah, that's kind of the caveat to all of this, where this record is going to go down, and you have an opportunity to win a Stanley Cup. I remember when Emmitt Smith broke Walter Payton's record, which that's kind of why I brought that up, because it was like a lot of people were like, well, yeah, but Emmitt, at the end or whatever, Dallas was just a shell of itself, at that point. I remember it vividly when he against Seattle at Texas Stadium when he broke that record. But the fact that his team is contending and he's about to just reach greatness, historical. But I was asking you about that, about
he's not bringing the team down and doing it right. Like that's because that's what it felt like last season. It felt like in chasing this milestone or in chasing this ultimate goal, no pun intended. It was almost like, you're dragging the franchise or dragging the Capitals down with you, right? Or not dragging it, just kind of putting up bad ice out there, man. Just kind of putting up shaved ice, which is not, you just want to have it clean. You want it to be sharp. And it looked like they were struggling a good bit because they were trying to, do right by Ovi. And now it's kind of just solid fluidity. That doesn't go well. Solid fluid. It's kind of just, poetry in motion now on the ice with Ovi being able to kind of capture this thing and the Cap skating so well.
Not to be confused with the great Queensryche song, Silent Lucidity. Kind of sound the same.
I've never heard that. I am intrigued. I'll definitely go back and check it out. What'd you just call me? What was that name?
Queensryche, Silent Lucidity.
Silent Lucidity.
Good tune. Yeah, the Queensryche song that kind of made it over to the mainstream. Yeah, you'll hear it on some of the regular radio stations.
Right.
But no, the fact right here that you have a contending, but to my initial question there about the perception with Gretzky and so forth, the hockey, there's not a lot of manipulating the hockey. You can't really go in and say, well, he's breaking this record because of whatever. Hockey is hockey. So I'm glad to hear that is the perception, because this is huge, dude. When this goes down, hot damn.
I mean, it'll be fun. It'll be reprieve too, and then. Like I say reprieve because it's almost like we can move on from this and start to focus on something else, right? Not that this hasn't been fun to watch or a fun narrative or storyline, for hockey fans here or Capitals fans, but also, I'm enjoying it, but I do feel like it's distracting, right? Like when it's all said and done with, the ultimate storyline is hoisting Lord Stanley one more time. And if you can do that, Ovi, while capturing Gretzky's, goal record, then man, I think it's probably the perfect time to kind of skate out to retirement and do that one final last hurrah. And now I'm not wishing Ovi, off, but again, it feels like it is a pivotal point and maybe a really good transition period to kind of move on and from the older breed to the newer breed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it sucks to say that, but it's got to end at some point.
All good things must come
to an end. And what better way to go out on top? I mean, look at the NFL, right? We've seen the past two seasons of Aaron Rodgers trying to prolong his career, which I give him props for doing so. No one wants to hang it up, but it hasn't exactly been the Aaron Rodgers that even the haters of Aaron Rodgers can admit this. Like the reason why you hate Aaron Rodgers is because he was so damn good, right?
Yeah, he beat your team. He beat your team at some point.
Yeah. Not just beat your team. Like he usually dismantled your team, like dissected your team.
The Dallas losses, dude. I'm like, and that's a lot of it for me. I mean, yeah, the dudes are, whatever, but it's like the manner that he would beat the Cowboys. It's like, come on, dude. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, but again, ultimately, like if you can go out on top in a season so successful like this, and you can hoist that would be the perfect storybook ending, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would think so. And then if that is, regardless of them winning, Lord Stanley or not, or hoisting Lloyd Stanley or not, winning the NHL championship or not. I think this is his last year because he will capture the goal record. And at that point, I think everything that he needs to do for his hockey career is over.
Yeah. Yeah. One guy that I think of kind of back to the Pittsburgh Steelers is like when you talk about going out on top and so forth. I mean, what's his name? The Bus. He was a good running back. He's a really good.
That was his last season, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
His last season was the Super Bowl run.
Yeah. That one we were talking about, I think. And he was
2000 or 05.
Yeah. 05. Great NFL running back was he, but I think the manner that he went out, it was like, it magnified his legacy even more that he went out that way. The bus.
Who was his Fast Willie Parker. Fast Willie Parker from North Carolina. That's who is
Fast Willie.
That's who I guess it was Thunder and Lightning, if you want to give him that nickname, but that's who the spellback was. But yeah, that was the Jerome Bettis. The Bus was the ground and pound, and then I guess the change of pace back was Fast Willie Parker.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Again, how far back are we talking? Pittsburgh's always good when they won that Super Bowl there. You know what I watched last night right before I went to bed? I turned the TV on. The NIT was on, and I saw the North Texas Mean Green eliminated Oklahoma State. Down goes Oklahoma State. Seriously, yeah.
I did not catch that. I'm sorry, my guy.
I was flipping. I had to reprogram a TV in the bedroom, and it was on. It just defaulted to that channel for some reason on YouTube TV. And it's like, hey, the Mean Green. I've got an alumnus from there. Let me check out and see what the Mean Green's doing. Moving on in the NIT. Good for them.
Real quick, we'd be remiss if we didn't give a tip of the cap to Texas baseball. They got the win last night over Sam Houston, dominating fashion, 13-3. Your thoughts on that real quick before we turn it over to the boys?
Hey, man, 7 innings, man. It's always when you run rule somebody.
Pretty good, right?
Looks like I predicted it wrong where I said, they may come in with a little bit of a hangover, a little bit of anxiety from the weekend, blah, 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 blah. I don't think so.
We don't know. I mean, baseball is different, though. We kind of justified that yesterday, right? Like you can be on one hell of a rip, roar and tear, and then all of a sudden, Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous can come in and kind of just wreck your momentum there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Longhorn Bear, I'm telling you, you have to see either this name or Sabrina Carpenter on every one of these shows. So there,
finally saw Sabrina Carpenter yesterday.
Cutie, isn't she?
She's a good-looking girl.
Cutie.
But, is she British?
I don't think so. I think she's American.
All right, so the thing that I saw of Sabrina Carpenter, she had like a robe on, and it looked like she was derobing. And when she derobed, it was a British flag.
British flag, yeah. So, she dresses pretty skimpy, quite scandalous sometimes. She dresses, and she is a good singer.
I was unfamiliar with her work. Saw her yesterday, and I'm still gonna say Sydney Sweeney over.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. More solid. Yeah. I think Sydney Sweeney.
What are you alluding to? More solid here.
Taller, a little taller. I think Sydney Sweeney's 27 and Sabrina's 25. I believe I was told. I'm Stephen Delgado over here. I'm on the Google.
You were told, yeah. I was gonna say you ain't told shit. You're doing your research, man. We got Al Walsh coming on tomorrow to I guess throw out the information for opening day here. Not to try to do too much of a play off words there, but look for Al Walsh on tomorrow. We'll also get into some Sweet 16 talk as well, and then Rodney, what else we got to clean up?
What else we got tomorrow? Oh, we have to figure out the top 5, so we'll figure out the top 5 tomorrow.
We'll put the wheel out there.
We'll get the wheel of death and figure out what's going to happen there with the randomizer. Man, I think we got it covered. Major League Baseball tomorrow, man. It's another one of those days. Opening day to me, if I am able to, is kind of like that first day of the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Well, I'll just kind of park myself, and I don't care who it is.
Not much work gets done, right? Yeah. Usually it's first pitch and first pitch again, and then first pitch one more time, right? Yeah. So
it can be a Marlins game, and I'll sit there.
And I'm watching first pitch. Yeah.
Like I don't care. I just want to watch it. Optimistic for my Houston.
Real quick before we bring the guys on, bold predictions. Our futures picks for MLB.
Dodgers,
right?
Dodgers will win the World Series,
right? Okay.
Yeah. Give me the Dodgers. I'm curious. To see who's going to be. And I'm kind of honing into this. I haven't really figured it out yet, but I'm kind of curious to see who's going to be the surprise team in the NL. I think maybe one of the NL teams will.
Can we say that the Padres would be a surprise team?
That's the one I have in mind.
It's a surprise team with the roster that they have, though, right?
Yeah. Kind of living up to the potential.
Like, who's going to surprise us like the Snakes did a couple of years back?
That's what I mean. Yeah, and it is kind of San Diego, because I think San Diego is kind of in that spot, and
they got too many pieces, though, man. Like, that's the thing. They got pieces in play already.
I know. For some reason,
to me, a surprise of all surprises would be like the fucking Marlins or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for some reason, I'm
fascinated.
The
Cubs. Like the Cubs just come out of nowhere, right?
Yeah. And for some reason, I'm fascinated to watch all year. Even look, I like the Oakland A's colors, but now the disarray of everything, the venue they're going to be playing in, I'm curious to just watch this all play itself out. Even it's sad that they're not going to be in Oakland anymore. It's kind of like waiting for a train wreck to happen. I'm kind of wanting to follow that all season and see the path of the A's.
What about Pittsburgh? What if the Pirates give you a little bit of a sneak and a little bit of a run here, right? I mean, just because they got the arm of Paul Skeens is that enough? Is that enough to sit there and say that the Pirates could be a surprise team?
Hey, I'll be watching those.
Will stand no. Will, who would be the surprise team from the NL for you?
It's not the Pirates. Somehow it never ends up being the Pirates. Are the Cubs a surprise
That's where I was
team?
at. The Cubs, right? Like the Cubs
they've reloaded. They poached my team, man. They got my guys.
So the question that I asked Rodney, like if the Padres were to make a splash and make a move in Major League Baseball, that wouldn't really constitute as a surprise or a shock because of the roster that they have in their clubhouse, right?
Right.
They got a pretty decent roster. Yeah, sure, they got to contend with the Dodgers, but I mean, it wouldn't really be a shock like the Diamondbacks were a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone in that division is going to do well at all. I mean, the Padres are going to win. What ceiling is probably 85 games.
85, yeah.
The Diamondbacks didn't get any better, and then the other two.
What are the Rockies doing?
Yeah,
the Rockies. Hey, Eric, welcome, buddy. Welcome to Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Who's Eric? You guys know Eric? Is Eric a friend of yours?
Eric is.
He lives in Colorado, I guess.
Is Eric somebody's family member?
I don't know. Eric, come on, man. Look at our orange background.
What's on the slate, guys?
A lot of recruiting. Probably some pro day talk as well. Will, you ended up making it down to the pro day, right?
I did. I was out at the pro day yesterday. It was quite the time. Got to talk to Mike Vrabel for a second, so that was kind of cool. And he's
were you able to see Quinn throw?
I was. Okay. I was able to see Quinn throw.
Were the balls that he threw deep, were they on time? Well, like how was the delivery for his deep?
How were his balls?
I will say that he has had this problem for a couple of years now, and he didn't have it in high school, or he loves to throw these balls up instead of out. And they just kind of float. When you're trying to throw 55, basically 60 yards, what he was trying to do yesterday when he was doing the deep balls. And when they get to about the 10, they start to fizzle out. And I think you saw that in a couple of those clips. But, he had a good day. I think some people will blow it out of proportions, and some people will, not realize that he did have some not great ones, but, he had a good day. I don't think he hurt his stock. I don't think he helped it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So did
Mike
Vrabel say, Will, we just signed Stephon Diggs? Did he tell you that?
I would have been very happy. I was telling him about some of the 2015 Texans defense with late stage Cushing, Bernardrick McKinley. I was looking real. I think he thought I was a little off in the head.
It's like, hey, they let fans into this thing. Man.
We think that, so it happens.
But I don't know. I like Vrabel. Vrabel.
I'm a Vrabel guy too. I like Vrabel.
Who's watched a lot of Bustin' with the Boys over the years. Big fan of his. Seems like a great guy. I don't know about the best coach, but seems like the main guy that guys in the NFL actually want to play for and be friends
Right.
with.
I feel like he's a player's coach, and I feel like he did a lot with less in Tennessee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think with who he is as a coach, he has to have players to win. I mean, I know that's very easy, like saying, and kind of like not very smart. It might sound like, but like he has to have, you couldn't stick him with the Browns and he would make something out of it. I mean, I don't know if you can stick anyone with the Browns and they make something out of it, but do y'all kind of get what I'm saying here? Like,
yeah,
he has to have specific personnel to win ball games,
and he's got a great name now. So
yeah. But who's going to be his Derrick Henry in New England? Or the AJ Brown.
Looks like they're going to be airing it out with Chris Godwin and Stephon Diggs. So
we'll see. Yep. We'll see.
We shall see.
Some veteran wide receivers, man, and one coming off an ACL. So
yeah, I know they had to change the uniforms because it was the Tom Brady Belichick era, and I mean I know they changed those uniforms kind of before, but I hate the Patriots' current uniforms. I think they need to go. I don't know really what's wrong with them, why I don't like them, but they
like
need
that old one with the dude on the helmet.
The dude snapping the ball. Yeah.
Everything's got to be so simple now.
I know.
All right, I'll let you guys get out of here.
All right, boys. We'll see you later. You have a good show.
All right, sweet. See y'all.
All right, Jordan. Another day here on the Lone Star Playbook, and like you said, and like I mentioned, I was out at Pro Day yesterday. Before then, first of all, what a loaded day for UT Athletics yesterday at 9 a.m., whatever it ended up being, right around 9. The first spring practice availability, get to see the newcomers in Burnt Orange for the first time. Immediately after that is the Shawn Miller press conference, where we find that Shawn Miller, I believe we found out early yesterday, maybe before the press conference, that Shawn Miller has signed a 6-year deal with the Texas Longhorns. And I don't know what you think, but that seems a little long. I'm not saying for better or for worse, but 6 years is a long time for a coach. And then immediately after the Shawn Miller press conference was Pro Day. And then if you want to, keep going, immediately after that was first pitch for some midweek Texas baseball, when, funny enough, Jonah Williams actually went in, became the first dual sport player, he will become the first dual sport player once he records a stat in football since I don't know who. Football, baseball, can you think of one, Jordan?
I can't. CB will be able to. There's been at least someone who's done it before. I saw he struck out, and I was like, damn.
Hey,
it is good because we need these reminders. Jonah Williams is human, But I don't know. Outside of that, that's a guy who does things that are not from this earth. So I don't know. Just, young career. Got to remember he was in high school 4 months ago. So, yeah. But, I mean, anytime he does anything, really, it's going to be exciting, even if he's striking out. All right. I guess Patrick says Ricky Williams played. I think I did know that, but I knew he was a big baseball player in high school in San Diego. And didn't he work with y'all got to remember, Ricky Williams was in the NFL by the time we were born. So I think if I remember correctly, didn't he play for a minor league team or AA team or something like that too?
So yeah, Ricky Williams never actually played baseball at Texas. So that's what I'm trying to find out, is who was the last person to play Texas baseball and football. Because this is really interesting. Did you know that Ricky Williams was not a scholarship player at the University of Texas? I don't know if this is to start out at, but I'm seeing that his minor league baseball contract with the Phillies actually paid for his scholarship. That's very interesting. That's a really cool little trivia bit right there. I had no idea.
Well, I think it's because of you can't be a scholarship. He wouldn't have had eligibility.
Right. He was a professional athlete at the time. Yes.
But besides him, there's been others. Okay. He said Chris or CB, I assume you're talking about said Benson for said B.
Shea Morenz is the last one. And that was in the mid-90s out of San Angelo. I feel like I've actually heard that name before. He most attempts by a freshman. I'm not sure exactly what that means. He holds the record there. But Shea Morenz, the last one in 1994, had a pretty good career, actually. Ended up being our first-round draft pick in the 1995 Major League Draft by the Yankees. Played 4 seasons there and a season in the San Diego system. Never made it to the pros. So how about that?
Yeah. Real quick, before we get into pro day, just because, we'll have to talk about it at some point. Freddie DeBose, no longer in the program, was not listed on the roster that Texas gave out to media ahead of yesterday's practice availability. Might come off as a surprise to some, but this isn't surprising at all, I think, to anyone in the market, in the media market. This is, I guess we can just start from the beginning. So this is a kid who popped onto the scene, had elite track times, but was incredibly raw as a prospect. He was at Schertz Clemens to start his career, not in the best part of town by any means, did not get, great coaching. Coach 420 is on here. He will probably agree with that to some degree. And, just was a really raw player. Ended up one way or another, ended up at Smithson Valley, where he was going to play his junior and senior year. And then in week 1 of his junior year versus San Antonio Reagan at the Alamo Dome, he tore his ACL. Missed the entire rest of his junior year. And honestly, we didn't report anything at the time because it's just not the right thing to do. But he tried coming back from his ACL injury way too quick. He ran in junior track season that spring after tearing his ACL that August and was running the 400 meter with a humongous brace on his leg. I still have the photo up on his profile from Texas Relays. And because he was trying to come back too quick, he only ran the 400 meter as a junior. When prior to that, as a sophomore and freshman, he literally did triple jump, high jump, long jump, 100 meter, 200 meter. He did a ton of events and was only doing the 400 meter on that injury. I mean, I was hearing concerns from people in San Antonio that were like, he's trying to do this way too quick. He just wants to play so bad and no one can really hold him back. And when I saw him play as a senior, after seeing him play in person as a sophomore, I was very concerned because he was committed to Texas by then. He was struggling to get open versus Lehman, which is historically probably in competition with Pflugerville, Connolly, and Bastrop Cedar Creek as the worst Austin area program. And he could not get open. And, they were up 40 points, and he was still in the game in the second half because they were trying to get him stats. So with him, I was very, very surprised Texas took him that summer going into his senior year. That was Hank and I's first summer on the job. We got hired that June 2023, and he committed on his official visit, posted it right when he got home on Sunday. And I believe he had a top 4 of Texas, Texas A&M, Tennessee, and UTSA, and those were his 4 OVs. A&M would not have taken him that summer if he tried to commit. They did have him on the board, but not a committable spot. And I believe the same for Tennessee. UTSA would have taken him in a heartbeat. Don't get that twisted. And UTSA is where I expect him to end up, when he does go in the portal here in a few weeks. But, as far as his career at Texas goes, there wasn't a single time anyone from our site was at a media availability where Freddie DeBose was dressed out. And there's been 6, 7, 8 of those since he got to campus, and he has not been dressed out. So no one ever really brought it up because he was the lowest ranked receiver in a 4-man receiver class. But, I always suspected Texas did additional surgery once he got to campus, or at least was giving him additional treatment. Just because, again, it never looked like that was fully healed, or at least he never looked like the same athlete he had been prior. So it is an unfortunate situation. But, I mean, it is what it is. Look at the rest of Texas's receiver room. Had he stayed in the program, I mean, he would have likely continued to get recruited over because he had already been recruited over. So rooting for him, hoping he can, figure it out, come back off that injury, and hopefully he got some world-class treatment at Texas. But that is kind of my take on it as someone who saw him pre-injury, pre-commitment, post-injury, and post, I guess, Texas career. So, again, unfortunate, but he will have 4 full years of eligibility. He didn't play a single snap in 2024. So, could be something maybe for the Roadrunners. Again, UTSA is where I expect him to end up. But, yeah, I don't know. Anything else you want to add, Will?
That'd be a great pickup for UTSA. I think maybe Texas State, maybe Incarnate Word is involved here. We wouldn't expect Freddie DeBose to go too far away from home. So, well wishes to him. It's unfortunate, what happened to him, as a junior in high school is still affecting him now. But unfortunately, that's part of the game sometimes. So, like I said, we hope that he finds his footing. Before we get to Pro Day stuff, I want to bring this up because this is very interesting. I did not know this.
I did know about this. Texas Sports Unfiltered actually hosted an event at the Covert dealership this past season that Quan Cosby came to, did a Q&A. Will, Texas Sports Unfiltered, they do, those event things at that Covert dealership since they're a sponsor like once a week during the season. And I was in town that week. My dad and I drove over and saw Quan Cosby. So he went pretty in depth on that. And I was kind of fascinated by that as well. Just because you can't even imagine that happening in today's game. But came out of Martin and went straight to the minors.
He did. Yeah. He came out of Martin and was drafted in the 6th round by at the time, Anaheim Angels in 2001. Played for them up until the 2004 season and really wasn't that bad. I mean, hit 260 in 340 career games. In 2004, he hit 249 with 34 RBIs, 5 home runs, 12 triples, 8 doubles, and 24 stolen bases. And then, as I believe 22-year-old, made the move to Texas and spent 4 seasons with the Longhorns up until 2008. So cool little bit there. All right, Jordan, let's get to Pro Day.
Sorry, real quick. Let me nerd out one more time. So I talked about Freddie DeBose probably ended up at UTSA. Just want to give y'all something real quick. So this kid, Ferzel Shepard, I'm almost positive is the highest ranked kid that's ever ended up at UTSA. You're probably like, how the hell did UTSA get this kid out of Baton Rouge? It's a 4-star receiver. LSU wouldn't offer him because he mostly is an upside guy that has ridiculous track times. As you can see, 4.75 triple jump, 10.65 100-meter, 24 plus long jump. And he's 6'2", 175. That's verified. The only problem, the grades were not very good. And so he did commit to Mississippi State. Jeff Lebby, I believe, was in Mississippi State. Were the first Power 4 program to realize oh crap, there's this freakazoid in Baton Rouge that LSU isn't recruiting. I should get on him. They got him for an OV. He committed, and then they got closer to signing day, and Mississippi State had to drop him from the class because he could not qualify to get into Mississippi State. Once I heard that, I fully assumed he would have had to go JUCO because if you can't get into Mississippi State, I don't know how you'll get in elsewhere. But then I'm scrolling through Twitter last week, and I followed him on Twitter for over a year, and he posts he signed with UTSA, and I was like, oh shit, like this is a big deal. Like this kid could potentially start year 1 there and get paid in the portal in a year or two. So if that happened, I think Texas could be a school to watch out for. Trey Moore already made the UTSA to Texas connection. Ferzel Shepard could potentially be next, but. In case the number 1 portal receiver comes out of UTSA in a year or two, you heard it here first. But just wanted to nerd out on that real quick. But Pro Day, you were there. A lot of talent was there, obviously, for Texas. All 32 NFL teams were represented. Ton of head coaches, assistant coaches, front office personnel. But, I have the list pulled up right here. Is there any, specific Texas player off the top of your head that you feel like either improved their stock the most or just, I guess, caught your eye the most?
I think the two that boosted their stock the most were guys that are, a couple months ago we thought was really no chance of getting drafted. It's Gavin Holmes and Silas Bolden. So at Texas Pro Day, there were 22 players. There's been a lot of talks. If Texas is going to break the record for most players drafted in a single draft, they will need 16. So right now, I'd like to, before I start talking about Silas Bolden and Gavin Holmes, I'd like to go through this list and show you how Texas can get 16 players drafted in April. So Kelvin Banks will be drafted 1. Jahdae Barron will be drafted. Maurice Blackwell will not be drafted. Jaden Blue will. We're going to put Silas Bolden on the side right now. Isaiah Bond will. I'm going to say that Vernon Broughton will.
He definitely
as well
will.
as Alfred Collins, Hayden Connor. So we're up to 7. Juan Davis will not. Quinn Ewers, Velton Gardner will not. David Benda will be drafted.
You think?
I'm
I'm nervous about Benda and Connor. If they get drafted, they're easily round 7 guys.
I think Benda is. I just think the way that players have talked about him and the way that the coaches have talked about him and his dedication and sticking it out regardless of how much he was playing. I think that's going to end up getting him 6th, 7th round draft pick. So I think we're up to 8 now. Matthew Golden will. Gunnar Helm will. Gavin Holmes likely not. Jacob Majors will. Andrew Makuba will. Bill Norton will not. Baron Sorrell will. And Cam Williams will. So right now, we're at 15. So at that point.
So it's 15 to tie, 16 to break it.
15 to tie, 16 to break it. So then that 16th I think will be Silas Bolden after how he performed yesterday. He tested great. I think he had one of the best verts. That's basically all he did that we were able to see because we weren't able to see the cone drills and the agility drills. And he didn't do the broad jump. Only 2 offensive linemen, Hayden Connor and Jake Majors, did the broad jump. Maybe Bill Norton did as well. And then we were not able to get any times for the 40 because we could see about 10 yards of the 40 before they went into the hole, the orb that all of the college NFL coaches and everyone else on the field was. So we weren't able to see that, but he ran pretty well, from the naked eye, and then looked pretty good as a receiver. Quinn Ewers had some issues on those deep balls. I think that's pretty known by now. And Silas Bolden had a great diving catch. There was actually a clip posted by the NFL of Quinn Ewers throwing a deep ball to Silas Bolden. And that was not the one that I thought was the best ball. It was the one where Silas dove. And, I thought there was a reason. I understand you don't want to post a pass where a guy has to dive, but it was actually a better throw. So Silas Bolden looked great. Gavin Holmes looked great.
I think Bolden can seriously work himself into a pick, like you said. I mean, think about the value returners have in the NFL nowadays and how they've changed the rules. As everyone saw when he touched the ball on returns last year, it was you're on the edge of your seat because it's he could take it all the way, or he could fumble and drop it and give it to the other team. It was very heart racing, but an older guy, the age will work against him. Produced very well at Oregon State towards the end of his career with the Beavers, but obviously didn't have a ton of production in that Texas offense with everyone around him. But I just think the value return game guys have will definitely pay off, and very curious what his height and weight was, just because he wasn't at the combine, and I don't really trust whatever Texas listed him at. With him, hey, maybe the Texans, Will, I don't know if you know this, but his high school quarterback was C.J. Stroud at Rancho Cucamonga. That's how old Silas Bolden is. He played high school football with C.J. Stroud, but is still in college. So I know the Texans already have Tank Dell. You probably don't want, 2 pine-sized playmakers at that size on the same team. It's not great.
Tank Dell may never play football again, so.
Yeah. I don't know. Is it really that bad? I have not looked into that injury or string of injuries, whatever it is there.
I mean, this is now the second major leg injury that he had. Obviously, the first one did not end up being as bad as a lot of people feared. After Tank Dell was shot last year in the leg. which, at the time thought could have been a career-ending injury. Recovered from it very well. I think the bull ended up being in a spot where they were able to dislodge it pretty easily, and didn't really affect his speed at all. But he also took his leg right off the bone against the Kansas City Chiefs on Thanksgiving Day. I think that was the game, maybe Christmas Day. And hasn't, may not be the same anymore. That's not right. It was Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving weekend, because Christmas Day they put 2 points on the Bills.
Bang. Hey, gonna say with Bolden again, the height, size, weight scares me a little bit. But hey, another thing a lot of people don't know: his older brother, Victor Bolden Jr., who the 49ers actually signed as an undrafted free agent back in the day. I remember this because he had a preseason kickoff return touchdown the first time he ever touched the ball, first preseason game of the year. But he's bounced around the league a ton, a lot of practice squads and just, release, cut, stuff like that. But was in the league from 2017 to 2023, and then this past year he played for the Birmingham Stallions. So, hey, Silas, I mean, he could make it in the league for a few years, probably not – a long-term guy, but NFL stands for not for long, and he can make a decent amount of money. 3-4 years, and I guess get into the real world, start working. He has like 5-6 years of college experience, so I assume he has some degrees, that'll help out. But yeah, very curious to see what happens with him. And then wanted to ask you, how did Velton Gardner look? Like, I know he didn't play at all for Texas, and he had that weird eye thing, but like, do his eyes look fine? Like, how's he looking physically? What? Just curious.
Yeah, his eyes look fine. And you could say the same thing about his performance. Fine. Velton Gardner is unfortunately not a professional football player, and and we got to talk to a few players after Pro Day, and a couple of them mentioned him, and him having the opportunity, despite not playing in Texas, being able to go through Pro Day and get some more eyes on him. I don't think, like I said, that Velton Gardner will see a Sunday, or even be on a practice squad. But okay, so here's how I feel about Silas. I think Silas Bolden could get drafted. I think, if he plays well enough in OTAs and, in the summer, that he could find himself on a 53-man. I do think that Silas Bolden is better off in the UFL. And that's not really a slight at all, because I think Silas Bolden on a UFL team could really tear things up. I think I say this a lot in the last couple of years. Like, I think some of these guys are better off going to the UFL, the XFL, whatever the league is that year, going there for a year or two, balling out, taking the PJ Walker route, because I remember PJ Walker in the single season of the XFL in 2020 of the revived XFL had a season for the Houston Roughnecks before it was ended due to COVID, and then became an NFL quarterback, started some games in the NFL, I think for the Panthers. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you can make yourself a star in the XFL. I think Silas Bolden, with his height and his, some of the other things that kind of draw scouts back, I think he could do really well. And that, and that style of play, and that level of competition. But I also think, based on what he talked about, I had a chance to talk to him kind of one-on-one as he was waiting for media availability. He said that, I think it was about 8 or 9 teams had talked to him then at Pro Day, and he was already working on, maybe taking a visit or two. Obviously not top 30, but still taking a visit. I think the Packers were mentioned. The Falcons were mentioned, a couple other ones.
And that was Silas?
That was Silas, yeah.
A guy who I think could, I don't know if this will surprise some people, but it's sneaky 6th, 7th round pick, Gavin Holmes. Purely off the height, weight, speed stuff. He can be a contributor on special teamers at the least, but also, like, I sneakily think he was better than a lot of people thought he was. It's, not in 2023, but in 2024. Yes, he did lose a fair amount of reps in 2023. But like the backup reps, rotational reps he played in 2024, teams were trying to target him when he would rotate in for Malik Muhammad or, Jahdae Barron when they got a breather for a snap or two. They would target him. Georgia kept trying to do that in the SEC championship game. And he had two really good PBUs up the sideline, and they were trying him on deep ball. So, this is a kid who ran a laser verified 40 of 4.52 in high school, coming out of the New Orleans area. Obviously went to Wake Forest, was first team all ACC or whatever conferences. I almost just had a crazy brain fart and said they were Big Ten, but was an all conference selection there. So. I do think he could be a sneaky, late day 3 pick and one that could have a lot of value. He's played a lot of games and all that, but I don't know. Kind of anything else you got from Pro Day?
Not much. I will say Bill Norton looked pretty good. There were a couple of guys yesterday who you could tell had a lot of support from the team. I would say Bill Norton was number one in terms of he's going through those drills and everyone's taking a look. Everyone's cheering him on. The other one was Juan Davis. I don't want to come on here and trash on Juan Davis because he was very loyal to
Everman's finest.
Yeah, that's true. He was Longhorns, through and through. Never really thought about switching it up, heading somewhere else, regardless of, him kind of falling down the depth chart year by year. And we were able to see him in some situations more as a blocker. And I think if he ends up playing football in the future, that is what I don't think we'll see a lot of passes intended for, for Juan Davis. He had some drops yesterday, bounced back and had a couple nice catches on some errant throws. But, Bill Norton, Juan Davis, two guys that are likely not going to get drafted. But, will still be known, will still be viewed, very favorably as a result of their time at Texas, and hopefully will end up playing football somewhere in the future. CB asked, Jatavian Sanders had the most ice on yesterday. I'm going to try to pull a picture up here in a second. Yes. Jatavian Sanders had a huge chain on. He had a couple other ones on. And he was definitely the most iced out yesterday. It was loaded. I mean, it was loaded with a lot of guys who could have had a lot bigger chains on.
Did Xavier Worthy go to that?
Xavier Worthy was not there. Jordan Whittington was. A.D. Mitchell was as well. They were both at practice early on Thursday morning. Fozzie Whitaker was there as, he was doing SEC network stuff.
Good dude.
In his conjunction with Longhorn Network. So, a pretty loaded event. And like I mentioned, Mike Vrabel was there. I think it was 5 NFL coaches, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Kellen Moore, and D'Amico Ryans as the other ones. Feel like I'm missing one more. So loaded event, a lot of GMs. The Texans were probably the most represented team there. I feel like I saw 6 or 7 people wearing Texans gear. Only one from the Cowboys. That was very surprising, especially now that Matthew Golden. There are several mock drafts where Matthew Golden gets taken at 12 by the Dallas Cowboys. So
they like him.
I see why. And I also see why at 12, if you are, thinking about trading back, if you like Matthew Golden, 12 may be the best spot you can get. If you go back to 20, we'll see kind of how the draft pans out. If, obviously Tatora McMillan will be gone by pick 5. And I think based on what has happened with the Giants, I don't think it's crazy to think that the Giants could take a, wide receiver in back-to-back years. But, he'll either be there or maybe in Jacksonville, maybe New England, just depending on how, scouts view him over Travis Hunter. But what the point I'm trying to make here is that wide receivers are going to go off the board fast. Once that starts, between Golden and Luther Burden and Emeka Egbuka and maybe one more, maybe Elika Minor, I feel like I'm missing one here that could be drafted late in the first round. Jack Beck. There's someone here in the late first round that's kind of been thrown around. But anyways, Matthew Golden at 12 seems to be a very real conversation, as does Kelvin Banks at 12 for the Cowboys. So I'm not on here to talk Cowboys, so that's all I'm going to say about it.
All good. Let's if you're cool with it, let's get into some recruiting. You don't mind?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got relays coming up this week. We've got a loaded visit weekend for Texas as well.
Yeah, we'll start with the Elite 11 event, and then we'll talk the 2 7-on-7 tournaments I went to. But Kavian Bryant, what can you tell us about him?
Kavian Bryant looked good. You can tell that he's a basketball star with the way that his feet move, and really the velocity that he has. I think it's when you see him throw a football, it's not like, there's a couple dual sport guys, whether they're baseball or basketball, where you're like, he's throwing it like he would throw a basketball or a baseball. Kavian Bryant is a true football player and a true basketball player, but he uses those two, the skills in those sports to really craft his game. And had a chance to talk to him, after we wrapped up there. He's waiting for that Texas offer. I didn't want to put it as plainly, but that is a guy who would really love if Texas, saw him one or two more times, and then he's able to report that offer. I think this is someone that that could end up staying in state, whether it's with the Longhorns or the Aggies. A&M is heavily involved already. It seems like he, if he wanted to end it all today, then he could go and make that commitment to Texas A&M. He's not going to end it all today, though. He's going to take his time. He's going to wait for Texas to see him throw at some point later in the spring, and he will likely be back in June to do the same thing. So saw him. I saw Weston Nielsen a little bit for some reason. I don't think he was with the same group that we were really watching the whole time. The first with Kavian Bryant and Diabell. The first with Diabell and a lot of the other 26s, and then the second with Kavian Bryant, with Peyton Houston, with Malachi Ziegler, and a couple other, stud 27s. So that's what I'll get to next is Malachi Ziegler. Is a name.
Sorry, with Bryant. So he's a 2027 top 100 quarterback in the 27 cycle. An elite football player. This kid has more basketball offers than he's football offers right now. He averaged I think it was 33.5 points per game as a sophomore on the hardwood. Truly an elite high school basketball player that is a Power 4 college basketball prospect. But the thing is, he's about 6'1", 6'2", and while he is a very good college basketball player, in all likelihood, he's playing in Europe if he chooses to, make basketball his number one sport. Because of him being a quarterback and a point guard, that is I just struggle to see that happening in college. You can't be a serious program and have your quarterback missing spring ball and parts of the late fall because he's in basketball. That does not work, right? So I do think eventually he's going to have to make a decision on focusing on one sport, either before college or after his freshman or sophomore year. Usually when schools let guys do dual sport stuff, I think Jonah Williams is the exception. I do not think this is what will happen with him. But usually when schools let guys do dual sport stuff, they let them try it for a year, and then eventually they're like, all right, buddy, let's get serious. You're playing football now. You're not doing track anymore like Brennan Thompson, or you're not playing basketball anymore. You're going to do football, right? And with Kavian Bryant, like I said, I think, chances are higher than not he's playing in Europe and not in the NBA if he does basketball. Where in football, he's like the number 5 QB in the country and can make more NIL money as a quarterback sitting on the bench redshirting as a freshman than he would ever make in Europe. So I do think eventually if he had to pick, it's going to be football. There are some people who think it will be basketball right now and that he likes basketball more, but he's far off from having to make that decision. But just something to, keep in mind for the future. And he actually is supposed to be at Texas Relays this week. Texas usually will have a few guys who run into the relays come across campus and visit. And Kavian Bryant has not, I can't find anywhere he's run track this year, and he's currently listed as a sub on Palestine Westwood's 4x400 team, which I do not think he runs. So that being said, I think there is some sneaky stuff going on potentially, and he's, getting down to the relays so we can get over to Texas. So I know he's scheduled to be at the elite camp. He's on a throw in front of Sark and Milwee then, but could potentially get some face-to-face time, this weekend as well. So an awesome prospect and another awesome 2027 quarterback prospect Texas has yet to offer is Malachi Ziegler, like you said, out of Benson, Louisiana.
Yeah. Malachi Ziegler, like you said, Benton, Louisiana, another guy who is in our top 100 in the class of 2027, another quarterback. I believe he's number 4 or number 5 in the nation right now. And the offer sheet is not loaded right now for Malachi Ziegler. Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Baylor, Arkansas are the couple, that have been standing out so far. But Malachi Ziegler is not just paying attention on the schools that have offered. USC has come along, and he's been very happy to talk with them. I think he's already been in Los Angeles. He's headed up to Ann Arbor, and he has been talking with A.J. Milwee and a couple people at Texas about the possibility of him, potentially throwing for Texas at some point this spring, whether that's, like I said, in the spring, or he's also flirted with the idea of coming up in June. Malachi Ziegler is my favorite quarterback prospect on the class of 2027. I've been able to see him twice now in person, at Elite 11 this past weekend in Del Valle, and then last month in Dallas, or in Melissa, for the Under Armour Dallas Regional. And I think Malachi Ziegler does it all. I think he's got the size. He's already pretty well built, and as a guy that's currently a sophomore, has a lot more time to grow into the frame that, a lot of schools would like him to. But put some air on that ball. He's got some speed. Coming off a leg injury, we'll see how much, he really keeps. But he's mobile, and he knows how to work in the pocket.
True dual threat.
True dual threat. And
Kavian
same thing with
Bryant.
Bryant. Yeah. So Malachi Ziegler, if Texas is going to offer another quarterback, I think this should be the one. And we'll see if Colton Nussmeier, ends up being that name. But with Peyton Houston, not really thinking about ending things, making a commitment anytime soon. And we'll see how that changes as some pressure gets on him in the summer. And we always see that, with rising juniors, quarterbacks committing after we didn't expect them to. If Peyton Houston doesn't go ahead and, commit to the Horns, I think we're looking at 2 or 3 more quarterback offers. And I think that, Malachi Ziegler should be the first one. If he is, that's another question. But walked away from Del Valle on Saturday thinking this is probably the best quarterback prospect in the class of 2027.
Wow. Elijah Haven did not go to that, did he?
He did not. Yeah, that is our number 1 player in the class of 2027. Number 1 overall, I believe. I know he debuted there. He's still the number 1 overall. Also out of the state of Louisiana. Louisiana has 3 just stud quarterbacks in the 27 class between Haven, Ziegler, and Peyton Houston. And they're all pretty familiar with each other. And Malachi Ziegler and Peyton Houston actually won the accuracy challenge on Saturday. They tied. I think it was 25 out of 30, where, it's pretty basic accuracy challenge, hit some targets. And they were standing next to each other and giggling a little bit. And now they realize that they're, if they both want to go to Texas, only one of them can be there. So that'll be kind of a fun storyline to watch in the summer if Texas does get involved with Malachi Ziegler. But also just really cool that the boot has 3, complete studs at quarterback.
I don't know how much longer. So the main names to know outside of Peyton Houston, he's the only one that currently holds an offer that's uncommitted. There's one other 27 QB they've offered, Brady Edmonds, but he committed to Ohio State. Texas is not going to get him. So name to know, Peyton Houston, the guys they have not offered that are currently scheduled to be at the June 1st elite camp, or I don't know if it's June 1st this year, whatever the first Saturday is of June, that's usually when they do the elite camp. But Kavian Bryant, Palestine Westwood, Malachi Ziegler, Benton, Louisiana, Colton Nussmeier, Flower Mound Marcus. And there's a chance Philip Rivers' son, Gunnar Rivers, who's from Fairhope, Alabama, in the Mobile area, is there as well. So going to be a pretty big event. I do think another offer will probably go out. Like you said, Peyton Houston, he doesn't want to commit until around this time next year, early spring next year. So there's a lot of time there. I do think an offer will end up going out. And another thing that's interesting, Nussmeier and his brother, they only ever gone to school at Flower Mound Marcus. Or gone to high school at Flower Mound Marcus, I should say. Doug Nussmeier, their father, a longtime NFL quarterbacks coach, was with the Cowboys. That's why they got there. And then Kellen Moore hired him to the Eagles. He was the Eagles QB's coach last year, won a Super Bowl. Shout out, coach. And now he's the QB's coach and I think maybe co-OC for the Saints. Kellen Moore brought him over there. So could Nussmeier move the entire family to Louisiana potentially? Not sure. Colton does have, a year and a half left of high school. He will be an early enrollee, but something to monitor. And on the flip side of that, I've heard from several people there are schools in East Texas / DFW that are making a lot of efforts to get Peyton Houston to move and Malachi Ziegler to move. So if they end up at schools in East Texas or a DFW Metroplex powerhouse, you heard it here first. Another thing to monitor, Kavian Bryant, like I said, an elite basketball player, elite quarterback. It is a great package to have if you're trying to recruit a high school quarterback to your school. His father's also the head basketball coach at Palestine Westwood, and I believe the corners coach at Westwood. But in Palestine Westwood, not the Round Rock Westwood. But if someone were to hire his dad, give him a job, the whole family's likely to move. And then you get a 4-star quarterback and a 4-star point guard at your school. So there could be some movement there. If Malachi Ziegler does become an in-state QB or Peyton Houston does, could they be viewed differently, or at least by Texas fans potentially? But just something I thought was interesting. So, yeah. And I'm sure Antonio Cromartie does. He has doesn't he have 13 kids?
I remember they did a reality show for a year or two, but Steven, he corrected it. 27 quarterback Noah Spanks leaving Flower Mound for Summer Creek. I believe at Texas Junior Day in January, we had a couple minutes to talk to Drew Evers and his father.
Yeah.
And Drew Evers' dad was pretty high on Noah Spanks and spoke really, really highly of him. And, that goes a lot for parents of offensive linemen and offensive linemen themselves being complimentary of quarterbacks. But Noah Spanks was no slouch for Fairmount this past season. And, Summer Creek is now a perennial state semifinal appearance. So,
we'll say with Spinks too, is on the Texas radar to some degree. Not currently expecting him to go to the elite camp, but would not surprise me at all if he's there. Drew Evers actually received 2 coaching visits from Texas in January. Kyle Flood went and saw him, and then about a week later, A.J. Milwee was out there. A.J. Milwee was out there to go watch Noah Spinks and meet with him. They have not offered him. And then after his meeting, he went over and they called Drew Evers in the office. He had a 5-10 minute conversation with him, but he was there to see the QB. And since they've offered Evers, he went and saw him there as well. But just something to note, they're checking their bases and casting a wide net for quarterback in 2027. And I've said it, I think going back to next summer, I know Peyton Houston has an offer, but I don't think he ends up as the QB take. So we'll see what happens. But a lot of interesting stuff. One guy I want to ask you about, Storm Knight. How is seeing him in person? For those who don't know, this is a 2028 Converse Judson offensive tackle. I talked about him a week or two ago, and he lists himself at 6'8", 345 pounds, and started as a freshman at Judson last year at the – I know he played tackle, but I think it was right tackle for them. And already holds 10 offers, by the way, and is visiting Texas on Saturday.
Yeah, Storm Knight is a freak. No one that young should be that big. 14 years old, 6'8", 340 pounds. And a lot of schools, like you mentioned, 10 offers already. And a lot of those are big name schools. Auburn, Nebraska, Tennessee, and then TCU, Tech, Utah are also in there among some Power 5 and mid majors, and for very good reason. Jai Storm Knight has a ton of power. Just seemed very raw, and as a 2028 prospect, that's not an issue right now. He's still very young, like we mentioned, 14 years old. He's got a lot of time to up his football IQ and just up his overall game, apart from being much larger than just about anyone on that field, regardless of class. So I think, Texas has already been involved there. Kyle Flood has reached out, and seems like they're kind of building a good relationship. Texas does not offer a lot of players, this early on, because it feels like the majority of our 27 offers have come within the last 2-3 months in the spring, apart from some, guys that have been known to just be complete studs from the time they stepped on a high school field. But Jai Storm Knight will likely be one that Texas is in the mix for sooner rather than later, and one that we'll be covering for a very long time, because we haven't, assessed a lot of 28 prospects yet in the state. I can think of him, and I can think of Micah Rhodes, a running back out of Klein Oak, who I think is also on the same level, and could end up being, the number one running back in the country. Could end up being a major target for Texas. Grandfather Bobby Rhodes played at Texas in the 80s. So that'll be interesting to watch. Jai Storm Knight will be very interesting to watch. The 2028 class already, some guys standing out here.
Yeah. Hey, Judson also has Jamari Bowens over there in 2028, freak show receiver, basketball prospect. And the younger brother of Johnny Bowens, who's a top 247 lineman, signed with Oregon, transferred out of Eugene after a year. He's now at UTSA. But, fun little young group over there at Judson. One more guy I want to ask you about, Amari Vickerson, on pace to be one of the top D-line prospects in the state for 2027. His pops played in Michigan State and then in the NFL for a decent amount of time. So, I know his recruitment just getting started. It's in its infancy, but, how do you look as a player? And if he did say anything about his recruitment, what's the latest?
Hank talked to him, so I'm not exactly sure what he said about his recruitment. But Amari Vickerson is standing out. I think this is the time when guys who have Texas offers, who have A&M offers, who have those big offers within the region, that we take a look, much closer look at in these settings. And Amari Vickerson, I'm not going to say he won every one-on-one, but he held his ground. He looked damn good against some guards there, and not elite competition like we saw at Arnold Dallas, but still, really showing off, the hand movement that he has, the power moves, and at 6'4", 290, obviously just the overall power. So it'll be nice to see how Amari Vickerson kind of progresses into this season in pads, and then after that, when his recruitment hang is getting to the end, we likely won't see him in a lot of these settings, but still, I think there's a lot of room for improvement there, but there's also a lot of things to like early on.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we are going to wrap it up tomorrow. We'll do some more recruiting talk at the 7-on-7 tournaments I went to, talked to several top Texas targets, Jalen Lott, Felix Ojo, Mark Bowman, Mason James. So I'll be breaking those guys down tomorrow, and then I guess we'll also be previewing, the weekend of visits that lie ahead at Texas. But, for now, going to encourage y'all to get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. The SEC Unfiltered crew is debating if Texas should be considered the favorite to win the SEC in baseball this season. And then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you get your live stream. And CB, Jack Burton, Jake Bayless, Steven Delgado, all of y'all, we appreciate y'all, Longhorn Bear, Doza. And don't forget to leave a review, and subscribe. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good Wednesday.